Hello builders, my name is G. In this project, we'll be building a Pomodoro timer named NextTimer. At first glance, this looks like a simple focus timer, but the goal of this project is to build it like a real full stack application. Users can sign in, create tasks, choose an active task, run focus sessions, customize their work and break sessions and durations, and track their progress over time with stats and streaks. We're going to use Next.js with the app router for the application, BetterAuth for login, Drizzle ORM with Neon Postgres for persistence, tRPC for type-safe API calls, TanStack Query for client-side data fetching, and shadcn UI with Tailwind CSS for the interface. By the end, you will have a practical productivity app and a good example of how to connect front-end state, authenticated server routes, database tables, and reusable UI components in a modern Next.js project.
Okay, builders, we're going to be in the terminal screen here, and one of the first things that I'm going to do is clone from GitHub, and this is just going to be our walkthrough starting point. We're using Next.js, tRPC, BetterAuth, Drizzle, Neon, TanStack, which I mentioned earlier, and we're going to be using Pomodoro-clone as our directory name. Feel free to rename it whatever you would want to name it. We're eventually going to come up with a really awesomely creative name instead of Pomodoro to use for our app, but for right now, we'll just use Pomodoro clone. Once we have Pomodoro clone downloaded onto our local computer, then we're going to just cd into it. And inside of here, we can do code dot to open it up. IDE here is we're going to populate our environment variables. So let me open up .environment.example. At the top here, you'll find a description for what all of the different environment variables we need, why we're using each individual service. If you need a deep dive on how to get all of the environment variables that we're going to be needing in our project, there will be a link in the video description down below to the starting point tutorial and walkthrough as we went through how we created all of our starter code, which included going into each of the services dashboard and collecting all of these secrets. So if you need some help to generate this, then go check it out in the description down below. What I'm doing right now, real quick, before we get back to actually coding up the Pomodoro clone, is generating these environment.local values, putting them all in there, and in the terminal here, what I'm going to do is just run npm I and install. So we're going to be able to have node modules, and once this is all done, we'll be able to run the starting point just to confirm that everything is built correctly and cloned from GitHub correctly. So we'll be right back. Okay, I've successfully added the environment.local. No peeking for any of you. I'm going to pop open the terminal here and just do npm run dev just to turn on the server. Let me just open it up real quick. And a little warning, as I've been flashbanged myself here, this is just going to be a white screen. So I'm bringing it over now, and you can see this is the starting point with a nice little starting point here. We are going to do a login, so I'll be right back, not to disperse my email. Okay, here we are on the home page. Now we're going to hit sign out, and let me just try with GitHub this time. And now we're also signed in. Sign out, go to Google, and I'm just going to move this off to not dox my own email. Just really quickly log in with Google, and you can see we're back in there. So everything functions correctly. We can go ahead and log in and get to the landing page. We can just see the plain text here. So great. We've confirmed that our starting point works, our login works, and so now we can actually get into the meat and potatoes of creating the Pomodoro clone. And one of the first things I want to do is get rid of that boilerplate landing page stuff, which we can see in this page.tsx here, right, is inside of landing page contents. If we go under UI, landing page contents, let me just bring this down for a second. Actually, I can just close this out. Inside of here, you can see that was the list of our tech stack here, the welcome, and the get started button. So we'll start here and create a great marketing landing page, as I often call it. So it's the starting point where most people come onto the app. Some people call it a home page, but we're actually going to have a /home. So that'll be the actual logged in home page so that people can save their progress through the various timers, as I've explained in the intro to the video. So we're going to try to shoehorn a little bit of database activity just for the sake of, practicing and getting better at interacting with some back-end features, right? So some persistence being allowed through storing certain pieces of data inside of the database. So without further ado, we don't actually need to modify anything about the page itself. We're just going to start with the landing page contents and changing out this JSX for what we want and need. Okay, so in our first step of dealing with the landing page here, I'm just going to remove this boilerplate code here that was in the example. And what I'm going to do is first list out all of the things that I expect to want to appear on the landing page contents. So I'm just going to call it features and create it as a const variable. And by my personal convention, I typically all caps features. This is going to be an array. And inside of here, we're going to have icon be timer, title, focus, timer, and just put this in ABC order, description on the top here. Stay in the zone, auto zone, with a customizable Pomodoro style timer. Now, obviously, you'd probably want to name it something a little bit different. Obviously, I'm just referring to it as Pomodoro style. We'll probably have to name the website something different, of which, honestly, I haven't thought of what the fake name of the website will be, so we'll get it in a second. But work in focused intervals with built-in breaks to maintain peak productivity. So instead of just typing all of these out, I'll just copy paste them all in and then just go through them with everybody. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I've updated the features array here to have all 4 of the sections that we'd like to have within our landing page here. And just to remind everyone, we have a description, we have an icon. You can see here that it's saying that there's an error, cannot find name timer. How we're going to be using these, we're going to be grabbing the Lucid icon. Now, one of the difficulties of using it in this manner, where we're creating an object reference, so right now you can see that icon is any. If I were to do import timer from Lucid React, right, that clears out this thing, and now icon has a type, right? So we're providing a reference to this icon object, right, inside of our features array, so that when we loop through it, we're able to reference this icon and later on be able to pass styles through it. Because if we did it this way, right, then we'd have to pass in the styles at the features level, array here, instead of, dynamically in whatever we might need in our landing page. Now, it might not matter for this just because our landing page is pretty static, but if we ever needed to put dynamic styles in on an icon, then this would be the way that you would want to go for it, and really, in my opinion, should really be the default going forward in handling these kind of stored icons. So let me real quick go up here, list to do, bark chart 3, and setting 3, so I'm just going to add those. So bar chart 3 here, list to do. Whoops. It's my own thing to have them all in ABC order, and then one last one, settings 2. Settings 2. So great, now we have all of them. We've cleared out all of those errors, and yeah, we're just going to have a description, an icon that we can pass in, and a title, right? So let's go down here, and we're going to be adding in another array here. We've added in a steps array here. So on our landing page, we're going to have a section in all of the steps displayed horizontally. We have 3 steps here, so they'll just be in 3 columns. And the parts of it, we have them numbered, right? We have a description and a title for each of these steps. So we will be grabbing the features and steps and adding them to our JSX now. So I'm going to be doing something a little bit different in this walkthrough. So when it comes to JSX, what I'm going to do is just copy paste different parts of the JSX code into each of the components and go through them. I don't think it's the best use of both your time and mine to just copy it over and read out every single bit by bit part of it. What I'm going to do instead is just highlight individual pieces that are a little bit tricky, and if you would prefer me to go back to, going over every single piece of Tailwind, I'm happy to do so. I just think that it's probably a better use of both of our times if we just kind of hit at the high level things. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing for this tutorial. Let me know in the comments down below if you prefer how I did it in the past, reading through every single Tailwind class that I typed in and going through every bit. I hope that how I'm doing it now will just be as informative, but just not be as verbose and long. So first part is just the outer div here, right? So we're just going to have the full height of the screen, full width. Everything's just going to be in column-based format, so one thing stacked on top of each other. Then inside of here, we're going to be looking at the hero section. So let me just put this in here. And we need to import badge. So badge is going to be taken from shadcn. So make sure that you grab it not from the Lucid React, but instead from shadcn. So it looks like it's going to be a very long ways for us to be able to do that. So let's just do import badge from @/components/UI/badge. Oh, maybe it's because we don't have it. Okay, so we're going to have to add in badge here. So I just popped open our terminal here by the bottom just so we can quickly add this. So npx shadcn add badge. And we're going to go into here. We're going to install shadcn here to install the package. Wait for it to go a little bit. And I'll be right back once it installs. Okay, success. We've successfully installed it, so thus we don't have the error here anymore with badge. So we can close this out. Go all the way down to the bottom here. I'm just going to add in the word style. Style timer, so that we're not infringing upon Pomodoro, the app itself. But obviously we'd come up with a different name for it. This top portion here, what a hero section does is provide users context as to what the website is about and provide the first touch point for a user who sees a quick summary of what your app is, really wants to try it out, provides them an avenue to click in and start using your application, right? There's obviously more parts of the landing page. Someone who's maybe more skeptical needs to get more pieces of information. That's why we have all of our features here, which will provide additional touch points, additional pieces of information that a user can use in order to make their adoption decision, right? So when we're helping users through understanding what our product does, we'll be including different call to actions like getting started, right? But also providing them more information and more marketing, right, that ultimately helps them understand whether the product is right for them, and if so, convert them into actual users and customers, right? So the main gist that I would probably put for this hero section, right? Big header on top, which is kind of the tagline for the website. In this case, right? Stay focused, get more done. A subtitle, which provides a brief description of what the actual app does to get the value out of what is being articulated in the timeline, right? So if we want to say get more done, okay, how, right? It's like Simon Sinek's TED Talk about like how to get people to, adopt or to be convinced of what you want, right? Why, how, and what. And so our why, right? Stay focused, get more done. How are we allowing for someone to do this, right? A simple Pomodoro style timer that helps you break work into focused intervals, blah, 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 right? So that's the how. And then what? Well, get started and figure out what the product actually is, right? And so by going through why, how, and what, that's the initial touch point to try to convert someone as fast as possible, right? But some people might need to learn more, and that's why we have that button, which here in this case, right, we scroll down to the individual pieces of the features, which will be the next step that we'll add in here. So we have a section which will include all of the features of the application. So underneath this section, we'll just have our features. So hero here, then features. We're going to need to import card, which we already have. So we're just going to grab both of these pieces here. And this is going to make use of our features array here. We've added card here, by the way, as well. And let me just reorder these in a way that I like, my personal style. So we are mapping through and going through each of the individual elements of the features array, right, which has description, icon, and title. The card key is just going to use the title, right? We're rendering the title in a header. We have our description underneath the title, and on top of all of that, right, is our icon. And this, right, is why we are providing it in this icon colon, lucid icon object here, right? It allows for us to use the same style for each. And let's say, in the future we use cn to conditionally render things, like if this, render this style, otherwise do another thing. If we had just inside of our features here, just done like this timer, right? And then in here, we would provide it as, right, f.icon inside of here. Now, the error is with like the mixing of the two, but like this is how we would render it. But there's really no way for us to provide this class name except to paste it into every single time that we, apply or add in this JSX component here, right? And so, we would have to create like a function which passes in stuff, which then becomes really messy because then it becomes a function. So instead, we'll just do it this way, and it looks much nicer in my opinion. And let me go back up here and just remove this bit there, and hopefully you understand why we made that design choice. So cool. After the features, right, we have, let's see here, how it works. And how it works, we'll actually use our steps array here. So we have, 3 steps, and so we just want to be able to allow for the user to see those. So let's see, we have the how it works section here. So pasting it in, and again, we're just mapping it through, similar to how we're doing it for features. Go through and render every bit. We don't have an icon here. The number kind of takes the place of the icon. But yeah, so we're going to have the number on top, then the title and the description. So pretty much adopting a similar format for both. Great. Next section after this is a call to action down by the bottom here. Right, and so, if someone sees the steps here, then this is another reiteration of like the why, how, what again to try to get the users to use the product. And then down by the bottom, we're just going to have a little footer here, and then we're just going to change the name, right? And what name are we going to call it? We're just going to call it Next Timer. Yeah. So original. Yeah, so we're just going to call this Next Timer. So this will be the actual brand of the project. So if we see Pomodoro in different places, for branding purposes, we're just going to change that to Next Timer, which is definitely not infringing on other stuff. But hopefully for educational purposes, everyone's going to be cool with it. And yes, we are building it with Next.js. So that's our landing page. It should have all of the content in it. So now we can just pop this open, do npm run dev, open up our dev server, and take a look at our new landing page. Doesn't look like there's anything. Yep, so everything should be ready. So let's pop it open. And here we go. So you can see here the whole parts, the hero section on the top. These are the features based off of the array that we added, how it works, steps 1, 2, and 3. Another call to action down by the bottom, and then the footer. So those are all of the individual pieces there. We kind of need a nice nav bar along the top here with the Next Timer brand, also a way for a user to just log in and get going. And we just need to be able to hook everything up. So let's move on to that next step now. Okay, so we're back in the landing page contents here, and what we're going to do is add in our nav bar. Now, the reason that I pushed it off a little bit to work on later is that I'm started to add this a lot to my different projects using scroll to ID to allow for us to have all the tags on the top of a nav bar and allow for a user to see something that might be of interest to them, click on it, and then have it scroll down to that portion of the landing page in order for the user to get to whatever content that they're looking for, right? So, obviously the hero section is what they see right off the bat, and that might be what draws attention to them, or, that's what they immediately will draw attention to. But, if they want to know what the features are, how it works, right, we might want to have those right on top in the nav bar. So we're going to provide a healthy or a helpful helper function here at the top, const scroll to ID. It's going to take in an ID of type string, and we're going to do document dot get element by ID, pass in the ID. It's going to return an optional value, but if it's not null or undefined, we're going to do scroll into view behavior smooth. Whoops, not smooch. It's a string, so there we go. Smooth. Just add in our semicolons here. And so the scroll to ID, right? What we're going to do is just use this instead of having a bunch of A tags and anchors. It used to be like the pound and then the link, and then you would go down to an ID that you would put into a tag, right? This way we can control the scroll behavior and keep it looking polished, right? And so in this case, right, with behavior of smooth, right, we can just have a smooth operation as it goes down, right, as opposed to just floop, right, with the old link, right, it would just kind of flash and just move, right? And so in this case, we can have a smooth transition. So we're going to take advantage of that. We're going to use the scroll to ID function, and what we're going to do is grab real quick the JSX, and it's going to go here between the top of the page, right, and our hero section. So let me copy that code over real quick. Okay, and so here is our nav bar here. We have a button here which has the basic logo of the application, the word mark next timer. If you had a more complicated one, you might want to embed an SVG into it or something like that. But what it's going to do is just scroll us all the way back to the top, which is our hero section. We have features and how it works, the bottom call to action. It's not really something that we necessarily might need users to be drawn attention to, right? Or like they're not going to be actively seeking out a call to action, right? So we're not going to include that. And lastly, we're going to have a login, multiple logins. Actually, you know what, now that I'm kind of looking at it, we'll just remove this getting started portion. They both go to the same place. So we'll just have an opportunity for users who are already well versed with the platform to log back in. Otherwise, they can go and check out features and how it works. I'm actually disagreeing with how I did this. So yeah, this probably don't need this portion either. So yeah, that was just to group those two things together. So now we just have a link on the right side. We'll check out the nav bar later just to make sure that everything looks nice stylistically. But yeah, basically we're going to have the word mark logo of the application take us back to the top of the page. And if the user wants to see the features or how it works, right, they can click on the two links there and it takes them down to the specific section with a smooth scroll. Or if they're a returning user, they can just log in right away. So great. Let me run the server again and then pop open the application. Okay, so real simple here. You can see we have the little word mark logo on the top left, like a lot of apps have. We have features, which scrolls us down there, how it works. Oh, let me see why how it works is not working. Let's see, what do we name the section as? So we have the ID of hero here. And for how it works, sorry, oh, it doesn't have an ID. So what we're going to do is just go up to this sections portion here. We'll copy in the ID of features here, and we'll add that in there, and then we'll do how, or actually, make sure that we don't copy the wrong one. There it is. How it works. We'll just copy this portion here, scroll all the way back down to line 181 here and just paste that in there, right? So inside of the section here, section tag, right, we just want to make sure that we add that. So now if we just hit full refresh here, we hit how it works, it goes down there, we hit the next timer, it goes back up to the hero. Right, so you can see that this is a very smooth, it's not just a blink flash in to change where the position of the page is. You know, we have this very nice smooth transition. We can hit login, which takes us to the login page. All looks good there. I also just realized that I accidentally pasted in an extra hero section, so that's why you might have seen it be there double. And let me just go and make sure that I'm not deleting something I shouldn't be. Oh no, this one has this extra learn more. Oh, but this one uses scroll to ID. I actually like that one better, so we're gonna remove that. So that one uses the same scroll to ID. If we hit learn more, it just goes down to this features. So great. Looking good here. All right, so I can close this out. And now we can move on to the next section, which is to get the schema for our backend, so we can work on all of the backend portions of our Pomodoro clone. There aren't going to be too much. A lot of this will be more front end, the timer, the UX of the project is going to be a lot more important than the specific backend, but it's better to, you know, eat our vegetables, get that out of the way at the start before we get into some of the more fun, at least fun to me, aspects of creating this Pomodoro clone. So, without further ado, we'll collapse some of this stuff and get into the DB schema. So let me just clean up this portion of stuff and pop open our schema. We have in here all of the auth related tables, but now we're going to have to add in our Pomodoro specific tables.
Okay, builders. Now we're on to the step where we're going to be adding all of the PG tables into our schema. Now, one of the things that I'm going to note is that we would have went over how to create a lot of different columns in a table inside of the overall Better Auth tutorial that I mentioned earlier that is in the description. Please check that out to gain a beginner's level understanding of Drizzle. I'm going to be going over some very specific higher level things. So if you do need a little bit of a beginner's touch to understanding Drizzle, then check out that previous tutorial. Now I'm going to start with adding some particular tables that don't really necessarily or aren't needed in a Pomodoro timer app, but I decided to include just because if you've come from a previous walkthrough to this one or this one's your first one, I think it's just important to get reps in being able to set up a back end, setting up your database with a schema, and ensuring that you know how to query and operate a backend over and over again. So even though a Pomodoro timer app may not necessarily need a backend and any persistent data being stored, we're just going to add it in on top of it just so that we can get in some additional backend reps. So the two things that primarily we're going to be focusing on is user settings, so that when the user wants to set a timer and set how long the timing is going to be for the work portion and for the break portion, they're going to be able to control that and then save that for a future session, and only if they're logged in. And then the second piece will be a to-do list. So a very simple to-do list so that people can keep track of all the things that they're going to be doing that, while they're having the timer rotate through the work period and the break periods, they're going to be able to track, okay, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this. They're going to be able to hold on to that through the current work session that they're going through for a day. They, leave, take a break, long extended break away from the computer. They come back, they're going to be able to revisit their existing to-do list because it's saved in the database. So I guess you kind of get a 2-for-1 deal here because we'll have the Pomodoro app and we'll also have a to-do list. So I was going to do a separate to-do list anyways, but you get a 2-for-1 deal today. Sounds good? All right, let's jump into it. So the first thing I'm going to do is create export const user setting here and set it equal to pg table. And then we're going to provide a label for this table, user settings. All right, and then inside of this table, we're going to have an object here that we're also going to pass alongside our label. And we're going to define all of our columns. Okay, so for our first column, we're going to do ID, text of ID. So it's going to be of type text, and it's going to have a label of ID. It's going to be set to primary key. So a little reminder about primary key. It combines two things, and I think it'll actually be illuminating if I add in the next column. So it's going to be user ID of text, label user ID, underscore ID, just by convention. Not null dot unique. So primary key does three things. The first two are these two. So it combines not null and unique. So not null, as it says here, adds a not null clause to the column definition. So basically that the user ID column here must have a value of type text. A unique, let's see, does this show? It does not show. unique means that there can only be one value of the user ID here in the column, so that if someone attempts to add in another row, another user setting to the table, the user setting table here, and that in the user ID column it matches with an existing one, that would be an issue. It would error out because it clashes with the unique user ID that already exists in the table in that column from a previous row. So I tried to explain that slowly, but hopefully you understand what unique means. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I just want to make sure that people understand. So if there's an existing row that has a certain value in user ID's column here, that if you try to insert another row that has the same value in that user ID column, it would reject it, right? And so the same thing is being done here for ID with the primary key. And it says here, right, that we're adding the primary key clause to the column definition. Makes it not null, it's unique. And lastly, that makes it the primary identifier for the table. And so what is the primary identifier for the table? Well, I'm just going to add in the rest of this column here, and hopefully that'll be illuminating. So we're going to provide references here, and we're going to attach the reference to user.id. So we have the user table from our BetterAuth implementation, right? So we have this user table. It also has an ID, which is the primary key. So if I wanted to reference a specific row within the user table, the identifier would be this ID value. So if we're identifying a particular user, right, by their ID, this is how we're storing it to connect this user setting to this user ID. Now, the fact that it's not null means that every user setting will have a user ID, and that it'll be unique. So it'll be a one-to-one relationship, right, between one user setting and one user ID. So there won't be multiple user settings for one particular user, and vice versa, right? Now, this reference here will basically say that on delete, if the user that this user setting is being attached to is ever deleted, then we're going to cascade, and we're going to get rid of this user setting. Why would we do that? Well, if the user no longer exists, then we don't want to take up valuable database space by storing a user setting for a user that no longer exists. So here you can see that, right, that there's going to be a way, if we needed to, for the user to reference the user setting. We'd do something pretty similar. Now, this is only one directional because the user setting only needs to know about the user. Generally, because of the auth that we have, we won't need the other direction for the user to know about the user setting, right? That those things generally aren't bundled. But for user settings to be able to know the status of your user, and in this case, the only thing we're worried about is if they're deleted or not, right? That's the only interaction, so it's a one-way interaction. And the fact that we have this user ID connected means that if we were to pull a user ID or a user setting from the database, that we can use the user ID value to pull the user information as well, right? So whatever user is attached to a user setting that we're pulling by this primary key, that means that we can also pull that user's data. So cool. Those are two columns there. We have quite a few more, so let me just run through them pretty quick. So we have work duration here, and we're going to pull this from integer, and make sure that you grab it from PG core, not from gel core, which appears on top there. So we have integer, and we're going to provide it the label work duration. Okay, so the title of this column will be work duration. It's going to be not null, and we're going to have a default value of 25. Then we're going to have short break duration, which will also be an integer. It'll have a label of short break duration. It'll be not null. I need to put that outside of the parentheses. And by default, it'll be 5 minutes. So we'll just have each work chunk between the actual work portion and the break portion be 30 minutes. Makes pretty easy sense there. We'll have 25 be the actual work, then you take break for 5 minutes. Right? And you just flip back and forth, and after a certain amount, you're going to hit a long break. And so we're going to have a long break duration also be in integer. We'll have long break duration, not null. And we're just going to extend it out a little bit more. We're going to have a default of 15 here. Sessions before long break be integer. Sessions before long break. Whoops. And make sure that you write this with the right capitalization. Not null. Default. We're just going to have 4 sessions before a long break occurs. And then we'll have sound enabled, which will be of type Boolean. So it'll either have sound enabled or sound off, right? True or false. Sound enabled. I believe I accidentally hit enter there. So let's just reformat this real quick. It's going to be not null. And by default, we're going to have sound, so it'll be true. The next notifications enabled, which will be of type Boolean. Notifications enabled, not null. Default is true again. We're going to do created at, and so I'm just going to copy it from these ones, created at with the timestamp. And so we're just going to add these two here, but the one thing that we're going to add in beyond the default that BetterAuth provides, we're going to make sure that it's not null, and default will be now. And we'll just copy this to make sure that both of these have them. Great. So there's our user setting there. And again, like, did the timing app actually need it? Maybe, maybe not. I kind of personally think that from a UX perspective, it's good to save this so that the user doesn't have to reset it every single time. But is it strictly needed for the application? You can be the judge of that. Personally, I think the user setting is probably more useful than the next things that we're going to be adding. But just for the sake of a good teaching moment, I'm going to continue on and add this next portion. So this will be export const task, and this is the to-do side of things. So PG table, we're going to provide a label for task, and I'm just going to copy the rest of this. There isn't really anything that's too crazy. I'll go through each column, but yeah, again, we have the ID, we have the user ID, same relationship. We have a title. That's not null. Every task needs to have a title. Estimated Pomodoros, like how many cycles do you think that it's going to take? The actual amount when you record it. So start by 0, but that'll get incremented over time as needed. Whether or not the task is completed or not. So every single cycle that you go, right, that'll increment the actual number of Pomodoros that it took, right, until you actually hit complete on it. We have a sort order, right? So each task will appear in the to-do list. And so if you wanted to prioritize and move them around, right, we have the sort order to be able to do that, along with the usual created at and updated at. So if we ever edit it, make changes to our task, we can update and show at least in the back end, when it was last updated at, right? Let's say we wanted to add a filter for that, or resort things a certain way based off of when something was last edited or touched or whatever. Then we can have that, right? And especially when we hit is complete, presumably that would trigger also an updated at, right? If not, then obviously you can update it to include that, right? But an updated at, then that can show as like kind of a you know completion date, right, or a completion timestamp for you, if that's the last thing that action that was being done to it, right? So at the end of this task here, we're going to have an extra bit, a um, third thing that we're passing into the PG table here, and it'll be table, which will return an array, and we'll have index, task, user, completed, sort, index, IDX, just as the shorthand on that. We're going to have on table.user ID, table.is completed, table.sort order. So what did I do here? We need to import index, I believe. Yes. So make sure grab that from PG core, not from these two top ones there. Right. And so what are we doing here? We're just creating an index to speed up fetching tasks. Right. So we're going to be grouping different tasks by whether they're completed, by their sort order, and their user ID. Right. And so we're just bundling those things together so that we can have faster lookups. Right. So I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm just going to copy paste the whole entire thing for Pomodoro sections. So the only difference, I believe, to this one is that it's connected to a task ID, right? So we have that again, same relationship, that there's a user setting. Um, in this case, right, with task ID, right, it could be optional. There could be an optional connection between a Pomodoro session. Thus, that's why there is not the not null, and we don't have a unique, right, that Pomodoro sessions might have, um, many references to different task IDs. So that's a little bit different there, but we still have the index here with user ID and completed at to be able to sort those things. There isn't really anything to update about the Pomodoro session because um, the website or there isn't really going to be any API functionality to change a Pomodoro session, right? The timer just goes on its own, so there's no update that's necessarily needed related to the Pomodoro session. The last thing that I just wanted to keep, just as another backend, practice example that we're going to work through, we have here Pomodoro stats, and we're going to have unique index here. Let's grab it from PG core, and the difference between obviously the unique index and the index is that there's only going to be one, right? And so for user ID and date, and for the stats, right, we only want one stat per date, right? And so when we're indexing, right, and fetching stats, right, and we're looking for grouping things by user ID and date, right, it's a unique index. It's only going to have one of them. While these, right, um, for user ID, there's going to be potentially a lot of the same user ID popping up over and over and over again for Pomodoro sessions, right? And completed at, right? There's going to be between the user and the number of sessions that they're actually going to complete. There's probably going to be a lot of sessions that they're going to complete. Okay, so the last thing that we're going to do before we close out this step is actually push our changes to our schema to the database. And so in this case, we're using Neon, and what we're going to do is run the command npx drizzle kit push. Now you might be wondering why I'm doing push instead of generate and then migrate. Well, this is a not production database. We're still on development, so that means that we can make potentially breaking changes or just clobbering through old data as we remove or add in new columns. There might be some bit of incompatibility right now. Our database should be completely empty, and so we don't really have to worry about this. We can just safely push and not worry about generate and migrating a database. So right now we're just going to be doing push. So npx drizzle kit push here. Okay, so now that we've set up our database schema, the next step is to build all of the things to be able to test it out, to make sure that we set everything up correctly within our database. So we're going to be working on 3 separate things. So the first thing is going to be our API layer, and our API layer is going to be implemented using tRPC. tRPC is going to be writing the router and the procedures that we're going to be using in our API. And the things that are going to be invoking those procedures will be TanStack Query, and that will allow for the front end, like the marketing side, in Next.js with the Next.js framework, be able to communicate with our database storage on the back end, right? So between the front end, right, just the static website that someone can see and read, right, the ability for us to go full stack is to be able to interact with a database. We have a serverless database on Neon, which means that we don't actually have to worry about setting up, a database within the cloud or on, bare metal servers, right? We just have a API endpoint that we can hit that Neon is exposing for us, right? That we've set up in our environment variables, the database URL, all that good stuff that we just submitted our or pushed our schema up to, right? We need a way to be able to get all the data that's there, right, into our um, front end so that we can have any data that resides there into the front end. And then if we have any changes, the user wants to add, delete, update any data in the database, we want to be able to ensure that they are authenticated, that they're allowed to change the data that they're asking to be changed, to be able to see the data that they're allowed to be able to see, right? And so on and so forth, right? And so TanStack Query is what we're going to be using to allow for the interaction between the front end and the API layer, the procedures that we've written, that we are going to write with tRPC. And through that tRPC API layer, we're going to interact safely with our Neon DB database. So within those 3 pieces that we're going to be writing, the first thing that I'm going to do is install some UI components. So we're going to pull them from the shadcn component registry, open source, the industry standard for Next.js projects. Shadcn has the UI kit that allows for us to leverage a bunch of pre-written components that look really good, that we can use in all of our projects. So let's go about installing 6 components that we're going to be using to not just test out the app, but use in our final product as well. So here's the command: pnpm dlx shadcn at latest add. And the 6 things that we're going to add: dialog, form, label, slider, sonner, and switch. And you're going to see later on what each of these components are. I'm just going to list them out for now, right? We're going to hit enter. They're going to start installing. And if you're curious, right, where they're going to end up, we have components here. We're going to have UI, and they're going to pop in. Oh, they're actually. You can see that inside of our UI here, we have just button and card. And we're going to hit no to overriding button because we already have it existing in there. But now you see that once it's done installing, we have in here dialog, form, label, slider, sonner, and switch. We'll go over what each of those components are later on when we actually use them in our front end. But for now, let's move on to creating the first part of our API layer. Okay. And let me just close the terminal here. And now, just so that everyone knows where we're going to be going to create our first tRPC router, the first part of our API, we're going to go to source, tRPC, server, routers. And if you're wondering, again, what index.ts and init.ts is, I keep imploring you, if you don't know what some of these things are, it's going to be really hard to understand how tRPC works and all that type of stuff. So, please check out the full walkthrough that talks about how we got about to the starting point that you likely cloned and are using throughout this project. Just take a look at it so that you fully understand all of the things that you're using today. I apologize to those of you who already know what's going on and are just waiting for the things. But again, for the super beginners, right, check out that walkthrough because a lot of these things are not going to make sense unless you have watched that initial guide. So, to continue on in our routers here, we're going to add in a new file. We're going to name it settings.tsx. Great. And inside of here, we're just going to create export const settings router. And we're going to import create tRPC router from /init. We're just going to create an object here for now to remove the error. And one of the things that I'm going to do before I continue on here with the router is one of the things to note is that inside of our schema here, we had a bunch of defaults for our settings, right? And if we're going to create an API that taps into both creating the user sessions initially, but also ensuring that users are able to, utilize user settings correctly, one of the things that they're really going to need to know is what these default values are. Now, just for the sake of getting the schema up, I put in all of these numbers as hard-coded values. But you can notice that, hey, let's just say that I wanted to change this to 15. Well, if I change it here, and then inside of settings.tsx, I just put 25 as well, well, now I'm going to run around and change it in a bunch of different places. And so I think that that's probably not the best way to go about things with hard coding actual values. So I opened up library here, the lib folder, and you might be wondering why. Well, the reason for that is I want to create a new file called constants.ts, right? And this is where we're going to hold all of our hard-coded const value so that I can update it in one place, and both schema and settings will import them so that they know what the default values for our projects are, so that we only have to change them in one place. So this is a pretty typical way of going about it. I'm just going to copy and paste it in here, and we're going to write export to the front of it so that different files have access to it. And I'm just going to move it over to the side here. Actually, we don't need it over on the side. All I'm going to do is just go into here, get to the 25, and do default. And if you're in VS Code like me, there's going to be a bunch of defaults. But once you get to default settings, you're going to see that it's @/lib/constants, right? And we're going to import that one, and we're going to get the right constant value, which in this case is work duration. And so now, yeah, what we're going to do is just go down the rest of them and just change these out as well to short break duration, long break duration, sessions before long break, sound enabled. By the way, if you were wondering why your push might not have worked, I think I did this off screen, but it was underscore E enabled. So my apologies for if you ran into that issue a little bit earlier. Maybe you caught it. Gold star for you. And then here, dot notifications enabled. Great. So let's see here. So yeah, that's all of those, and we're just going to invoke them the same way in settings. And just to see the import, right, default settings from @lib constants, and just by conventions, I put installed packages on top, and then any of our defined stuff, I usually put it separate. If I see an @conventions, I'll group those imports together, have external packages all the way at the top. Things within the same library, I usually just like push it down and just put those at the same level, or group them together. So great, we have our constants here. They're exported, right? We have them used in the schema so that, if I ever wanted to change the default work duration, I can just go into here, change it to 15. Now remember, you're going to have to push that to the schema so that it notes that change for the future, right? That the default is going to be 25, 215. And yeah, so there's that. So we're going to focus on user settings now. We have the settings router. So the first thing that we're going to do, the first procedure, is the get procedure. So it's pretty simple. Don't import anything. It's just the label for this procedure. So we're going to call it a protected procedure. Now, again, just to explain this really quickly, because again, I keep begging you to check out the initial guide for creating the walkthrough. If you don't know how to use these protected procedures or procedures in general in tRPC, protected procedure just means that we're able to get both the DB but also the user information. And so if the user is authenticated, then we'll be able to get the user. But also if the user is unauthenticated, then they're not going to be able to, they'll get errored out of this procedure, right? And we've done that explicitly inside of our protected procedure. We throw an error if the session doesn't exist. The only way the session doesn't exist is if the user is not logged in, right? So there. Quick explanation, but please check out the thing so I don't bog people who know these things well and good, in their work. So in the get, we're just going to do this really simply. We're going to do get const settings is equal to await context .db .query .user setting .find first. Did I label it as user setting, not user settings? So there we go. Find first. Where equals user setting. We're going to import that from our schema. User ID is equal to context.user.id. And we need to import equals as well from Drizzle ORM. That all looks good there. We're just going to separate out our imports the way that I want to. And then we're going to return settings. Use the using the operator here. If settings does not exist, then we're going to return default settings. Right, remember that. Default settings. And the user ID will be context.user.id. That way we'll be able to handle the errors based off of like who this user is, right? This user either does not have a existing settings set, or yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's the get procedure. The next one that we're going to work on is the update procedure. It will also be a protected procedure. And before query, we're going to actually provide an input into here. And we're going to use Zod. So that's not BetterAuth. We're going to import. It's usually easier to write this one. Z from Zod. There we go. And Zod allows for us to create object types. So in this case, we're going to do work duration. Z dot number min minimum value minimum value of 1, max value of 60, right? Because we don't want the work duration to be 0 seconds, but we also don't want it to be, minutes, 0 minutes, because we just don't have a seconds tracked. So the minimum value we have is just 1 minute, and then the max amount is 60, so that's a whole hour. Right? You can extend it further if you want beyond the hour, but generally with Pomodoro timers, I believe it's capped out at the hour. So that's just by convention. Short break duration, z.number min of 1 max again of 60 optional. Really, like, technically, if you wanted to keep it to the hour, it's technically 1 to 59, but if you love your breaks, then you can do that. Long break duration, z.number min 1 max of 60. This is when you really love your breaks. Optional. Sessions before long break, z.number min of 1 max of 10, and this is optional. Now, the reason that all of these are optional is because the user may want to update one out of any of the potential user settings, and we obviously don't want to just pass in values or force the whoever is invoking the update procedure to have to add in the existing values for all of these. If they just want to change work duration, that's all that they need to pass, so long as it's within this boundary that we've set here. Sound enabled z.boolean optional. Notifications enabled z.boolean optional. Okay, so we have all of them. And after this, we're going to do a mutation. Oh, sorry. I believe it is down one. Is it down one? Yes, it is. We just need to close the mutation. So we have async. Provide context and input. And the arrow function goes inside of here. Whoops. Here we go. Const existing is equal to await context.db.query.user setting .find first where equals user setting user ID context.user.id. Now, unlike before, where we did the operator here to get either one or the other, so long as this is not a nullish value, right? Here, we need to actually do the check before we do any updating. So if it is existing, then we're going to do const updated is equal to await context.db.update user setting, where we're going to do set the value, and the value that we're going to pass in is input, and we're going to have updated at the new date. So we're just going to set the time at which it has been updated. We're going to do where it is equal user setting to the user ID and context.user.id. So we want to make sure that we are changing or updating any values that belong, or values in user setting, and that user setting belongs to the current user that is invoking the procedure, calling the procedure. We're going to do returning. And so basically we're going to grab the updated value there, and then we're going to return updated. Great. Now, if the user does not have a setting, we should create it. So const created is equal to await context.db dot insert user setting in values. What values we're going to have? ID, which we need our UUID to be provided here. So we're going to grab crypto dot random UUID here, and then we're also going to need user ID, which will be context.user.id. Then we're going to spread in the value of default settings and then do the same for input. Great. Then we're going to need to do dot returning to get the return value. Let's see here. Whoops, I put it in the wrong spot. This goes here, and this needs a comma. There we go. Great. And then we need to return created. So what we're doing here is basically allowing for us to use the update procedure here to either update a existing one, or if it doesn't exist, create a new one. Now, you can notice here that since we have default settings, right? If we didn't have default settings, and just to remind you about default settings, these are all of the different settings. If we didn't have that, I would probably want to make sure that the user provides all of the information that is needed to create a new user settings. However, since we do have the default settings to be able to fall back upon, I feel more comfortable with folding the update procedure along with the created feature. There's also no gating, like there isn't a user that doesn't have a user setting. So there isn't a need to have a gate in the created procedure that may not exist in the updated side, right? Like if updated was just a naive update, right? That a user is able to come in if they have an existing setting, that means they passed the initial gate to have access to, in this case, like a setting, but let's just pretend, right, that there's some gated feature, right? Well, if the user already has one, then they should be allowed to update it. There's no gate that's needed. But, right, let's say that the feature that they want to create and add to their database that's hidden behind a subscription, well, there might be some additional, if conditions, guards, call to Stripe to get their subscription status, right? See if their subscription aligns with our internal policy for, what is allowed at the tier that they've subscribed at, so on and so forth. We might include that within a separate create procedure, right? But in this case, since we don't really have any guards and every user basically needs a settings, and that really, if they were supposed to have a setting, but then they don't, it was deleted for whatever reason, then we're able to create one. We don't need to worry about, ensuring that the user has each one of these. And for something that, is kind of low stakes like this timer, the difference between the default and what a user might have had, in their previous settings, like for them to readjust it isn't that big of a major barrier, right? So, nothing too much to worry about. Obviously, we'd love to tighten everything down, avoid any mistakes, but thankfully in this case, right, it's not as critical. So we're just going to go with, the easiest and least amount of code possible for us to maintain going forward. So, just a little personal preference of mine and what I've worked on in the past. I think that this is what's important. So cool. That's our settings router. And now let's move on to away from the API layer, because this is all we are going to start with, just to test that user setting works, right? We're going to now create some UI elements and start testing it in the actual interface. Okay, so let's clean up here real quick and just collapse everything. The next place that we're going to go to is in source. Go to app, home, _UI, and we're going to add something to our home page, because right now it's quite barren. So the first thing that we're going to add is a header.tsx. And inside of here, we'll have it be used client. We'll import the sign out button from /components auth sign out button, and then import what we're going to have in a second, settings dialog, and we'll grab that from /settings dialog. We'll add that in a second. Export const header is equal to header tag here. We'll provide some styles. I'm just going to copy paste it in because I've been told don't like it when I read it. So flex item center justifies between with dash full py of 4 padding in the vertical direction, px of 2 in the horizontal direction. So sorry, not reading it out, but like reading it out as I type it out. But maybe some people don't want to hear me anyways, so that's totally cool too. We're gonna provide a h1 here, class name. This one's shorter, so I'll just type it out. Font bold, text extra large, and we're providing the name here, which would be Next Timer for our app that we have named here, and then we're just going to provide the other two parts of the header here. Class name, flex, gap of 2, items, center, and then settings dialog will be placed here along with sign out button. Great. So obviously the next step that we want to do is to create this actual settings dialog. So here we're just going to add in settings dialog.tsx, and then instead of doing all the imports, the first thing I'm going to do is just create the schema for the form. So const settings form schema is equal to z for zod, object here, and then work duration z dot number dot int dot min 1 max of 60. And you know what I'm going to do just to speed these things along is to go back to our tRPC implementation here. The reason that we can't directly just reuse this bit here is because they all have optional, and this one does not. So we're just going to replace this with this, but remove all of the optionals here. So just go through. Actually, what I can do is just do Alt and just add these here, and then we'll just delete them all. Great. Let's see, where else? So then we're going to create this into a type. Settings form values, which is equal to zod.infer type of. I'll clean that up in a second. Settings form schema. Remove the typo there. Great. And then export const settings dialog. And we're going to have a bunch of content inside of here. First thing we're going to do is have a state const open and set open. So whether or not the dialog is open or not. And let's see here. We'll set it initially to closed. And we need to import use state from React. Great. And the thing I usually do by convention here is to have the ones that are default imports on top, and these are, just like this, export const non-default ones. So I usually just keep them separate. I also forgot here at the top, since if we're using use state, this needs to be a client component. So now let's add in our React Focus form boilerplate to the code. So here we're going to have const form is equal to use form, taken from React hook form there. And inside of here, we're going to provide settings form values here. pass in default values, which we're again going to use default settings. So useful that we are adding this everywhere. And then we need a resolver as well. Resolver. And we're going to use Zod resolver. Now that is not going to automatically import, so we need to go up here. And now we're going to add in the import up here. Here we're going to provide our import. Here's Zod resolver, and we're going to be grabbing that from at hookform resolvers /Zod. And then here for our Zod resolver, we're going to do settings, form, schema. We're going to pass that in, allow for the Zod resolver to mutate it in a way so that our React Hook forms can consume the schema. Great. Now what we're going to do is just set up the tRPC routes, and just to show like what we kind of need, we're going to need a on submit, const on submit, and it's going to be values, give it the type of settings, form values, and then provide, we're going to need an update mutation, and it's going to provide a mutate, and it's going to accept values. So since we know that we're going to need that, we're going to grab const update mutation is equal to use mutation, which we're getting from at TanStack /React Query. And we'll do trpc dot settings dot update dot mutation. I also saw that something imported. It should not. We'll deal with that in a second. And actually, let's deal with it right now. We're not importing it from the server because this is a client component. We shouldn't be grabbing server components here. We're instead going to grab it via the hook. So we're going to get tRPC from the use tRPC hook here. And that's the way that we get tRPC in client components, as designated here with the use client directive at the top. We're also going to grab our query client with use query client, taken from at TanStack /React Query as well. Don't need to pass anything in there, but what we are going to grab is data, and we're going to rename it to settings, and we're going to use query here, and we'll grab trpc dot settings dot get dot query options. Now, the reason that's an error is because we haven't registered our settings within tRPC. So let me go back down here to underscore app.ts. We're going to go down to our router here. We need to add in our first router. So we're going to call it settings and pass in our settings router from /settings. Make sure that's the import there that you're doing. Now that we save that, if we go back to settings dialog here, you can see that there's no more error. Close these two. Now that we have this, let's go back to our mutation here. And what we're going to provide in here is an on success, which will take an arrow function here. We're going to have query client dot invalidate queries. We're going to pass in query key to be trpc dot settings dot get dot query key. The reason, what we're doing here, if you're not familiar, right? So part of what tRPC does is maintaining the client side cache. So when you pull data, let's say that we have our backend database storage here on this side, and we have our front end here. Well, when we get the data from this side over to the front end, right? That the front end makes a request for a GET request for a particular piece of information here. Then the database side basically evaluates that GET request, says, yes, I agree, you're authenticated, all looks good, give you back the data. Well, here on the front end, we need to have a place to store and manage it. And tRPC stores that on the local side in what's called cache, right? And so here, basically what we're saying is that when we make a successful mutation, we need to say that the cache that we had beforehand is now invalid because we've changed a value, right? The user has successfully updated, thus meaning that the existing cache is now stale. So basically, TANStack will automatically make a request again to the server, the same one, the same GET request, and basically get updated data um, from the backend and update the front end cache. So hopefully that's an explanation for why we need to invalidate these queries. And query key just basically says um, the get procedure that we created, it has a key associated with it that tRPC has defined here, and we're basically directing, right, the query client on the TanStack side to invalidate the query that matches the query key, in this case, right, the get procedure on the settings router, right? So we want to retrieve the settings because that is the only one that is stale, right? And so that's why we're asking for that one specifically. Now, on a successful update, we also, when we have the form, and in our form, we have like a lot of different form fields. We want to just clear all of the old data out of it. So we'll do form.reset, and then we'll just close the dialog window. So we'll close that, and that's our mutation there. We have our on submit. So I believe that we're now ready to add in our JSX here down by the bottom. Cool. So I'm going to slowly copy things over different pieces of the JSX. I'll definitely be explaining all of the different parts of it. The first thing is that we're going to need to import our dialog here. Make sure that you don't grab it from Radix UI. You grab it from @component/UI/dialog. Great. Now that we have that, we have the open, open, which is set equal to our open state here on the top. Then we have on open change, right? So if there's any detected open and closing changes to the dialog, it's going to check is open, right? The parameter, it's a Boolean. So if we are open and settings is not equal to null, so that means we were able to retrieve an existing settings from our database, because as you can see, it could potentially be undefined, right? So if it's a failure, we don't do this. Also, if it's closed, we don't do this, but we might reset our form to have, when we're opening it, to have the existing settings so that we don't have empty inputs for the user. And if we're closing it, then we'll just remove all of the inputs, right? So that, if we were to try to retrieve from the database, something went wrong, we're not pulling in potentially stale settings, the old ones, or just leaving it there in the form, right? We're actually resetting it. If we're opening it and settings does exist, then we're going to populate it with the existing settings that we know are valid. Great. And then obviously we're just setting is open in our state, true or false, accordingly. Great. So now inside of our dialog on the top, we need to express a trigger to open or shut our dialog. And in that case, let me just import everything. We need the dialog trigger, and we need our button, and we need settings, which is our icon. Grab that from Lucid React. Great. Now that we've imported everything, we're just going to have an icon, this gear icon here, with a size of 5, which is 20 pixels in both direction. We'll have it inside of a button, and that button will serve as the trigger to open our settings. Right? So all should make pretty straightforward sense there. Then beneath the dialog trigger, but still inside of our dialog, we are going to add in our dialog contents. I'm just going to paste this in here, and we'll start from the top. There's obviously a lot of things that we need to import. So take this opportunity now to import all of these dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, and our title is timer settings. Then we're going to grab our form. And it is important that we grab our form, not from Lucid React, Radix UI, not even React hooked form. We're grabbing our shadcn component here. So @/component/UI/form. We're going to create a slider field, a custom field that is just a slider, so you can pull it back and forth. We're providing all of this information within here. And the thing that I noticed, right, we have 1 in 60 written a lot, and I actually don't have this in my master code base. But now that I'm looking at it, one of the things that we could do with constants is provide export const min duration, which is equal to 1. And we'll just condense it a little bit, and then export const max duration, which would be equal to 60. Now, before, I remember we were talking about how maybe it should be 59. Well, if I changed it from 60 to 59, well, look at all the places where I'd have to go back, change each and every single one of these. It'd be really tedious, especially with all these hard-coded values everywhere. So, I think it would be a lot better if we go back in, everywhere that there's min, we'll just add in min duration here. We just paste these all in before doing the import. Whoops. And we'll just do n there, min durations. Also grabbing it from constants. And then obviously we want our max duration as well. Right? So we'll just swap out all of these 60s for this one. We'll keep it to 1 and 10 here for now. Let's see here. Yeah. So that's durations, and then this one's sessions. So we'll do export const min sessions, which is 1. Export const max sessions is equal to 10. And we'll import this, and then we'll go here, max sessions and min sessions. Great. And then these are just booleans. So that'll be fine. So yeah, now that we go down to here, right, these are durations. So we're going to do min duration here. Here is max duration. And we'll just copy paste this here and here. Oh, yep, those are durations. Max duration goes in here to replace 60. And we'll have min duration replace, so that one's session. So this one is max session, because that's the one that I clicked on. And this one is min sessions. So take some time, write all of these. I know it's hard with some of the errors. But yeah, that's that part there. We're going to grab form field, form item, form label, control, and the switch. Make sure @/component/UI switch. Great. That will clear up there. So before we get to that, let's create our slider field real quick. So I'm actually going to inline it inside of settings dialog here. I don't think it's worth it, since slider field is only going to be used inside of the settings dialog here. We don't need to extract it into the shared components directory because we're not reusing it around. I think it would be pretty trivial to just extract it anyways into slider field in like a component/form. If you wanted to have a bunch of custom fields in there and then share them throughout different forms in your project, I think that's reasonable. But for this case, In our project, we're just going to go with the simplest option that keeps everything together and extract it only if we need it to, which in this case we don't. So the first thing that we're going to do is just define the interface for the slider field props. And now if you remember, there were 6 things that we needed: control, name, label, minimum, maximum, and unit. So we're going to pass in control here, which will be control from React hook form. And we're going to pass in settings, form values. Then we're going to have name, which will be key of settings, form values. We're going to have a label, which will be of type string. We'll have min, type number. We'll have max of type number. Nope, just number. And then unit, which will be of type string. Great. And then we're going to have const slider field. My apologies if I accidentally said slider form at any point. Slider field. And we'll extract the props control, name, label, min, max, and unit. And we'll give it its type. Types from slider field props. And let's see here. Great. And then inside of here, I'm just going to copy paste this in. We'll go over it in more detail here. So this is using the form field that we imported earlier. We're just passing in the control, which is what the form field needs. It's how React hooks form the form that is extracted from the use form hook here. Basically controls our form. So that's how we're just passing it down into the slider field individually. You can see that in other form fields here, we just would pass it from form.control. But obviously in a separate component, it wouldn't have an access to that form object that we've grabbed from this use form hook. So bouncing back and forth here, I apologize. This, kind of slight prop tunneling is the way that we pass in this control object down. Then we have the name, which is just the name of the field that we provided. A render, which inside of here we'll have a form item. We'll have the label that we provide for this particular form. We need a slider, which we can grab from @/component/UI/slider. Great. And we're just providing the field.value as a number. So inside of the kind of state that's being held by the form, it's tracking what the value is. Now, this isn't the same thing as the settings value. This is the local on the website and what is currently being typed in the form state. So instead of us managing state of having value and set value, React hook form already handles that for you. So this is just us getting that value, and we're just explicitly saying that it's a number. And if we have any units, right, unit of type string, right, then we're providing it here. And then on value chain inside of the slider, that's probably the most important bit here, right? Any value change that we might have by sliding it left and right, we're changing that inside of the field itself. We're also displaying the value, right? And we have it constrained by the min and the max point, and the increments are just in single decimal points, right? And then here we'll also need the form message, right? If there's any errors, any issues that might come up. So there's that. So now we have the form slider. So we removed all of the errors in this case, right? We have our form field here. This one is a switch, so either it's checked, and obviously you can see here that is just switching things from true to false, right? Whether something's checked off or not. So that's pretty simple. And we have another one for the notifications if they're enabled. We have here a button that is our submit button. So we can either hit save settings, and if the use mutation that is triggered by the on submit is pending, right, that the API call to do the update and the operations that are happening are in flight, then it'll show saving ... right? And then once that's resolved, it flips back to save settings, right? And obviously the on success callback here is also triggered, right? So that is our settings dialog. So if you need to, I'll just scroll through it very slowly just to make sure that you have everything that you need. I'm also going through to make sure to see if there's any lightened versions, which means that I forgot to set something or include something somewhere. It doesn't look like it, and I just want to make sure that all the imports are here. Yeah, this is a mess, but I can go back in and clean all this stuff up. I think that, yeah, like I could just flip all this ABC order, but for now everything's kind of sorted well. And then all we need to do is settings dialog. I think we just need to do this, and yeah, there we go. That clears that error. Okay, to close the loop on our backend storage test, setting up tRPC, and having some of our first TanStack queries up, and being able to test that, we have to get header and by proxy the settings dialog within it inside of home. So we're going to go about and do that. First thing we're going to do is pop open our homepage contents. We'll just close the other two things. We don't need them anymore. And what I'm going to do is add in header on the top here. So just provide header, import it from /header. Great. We're going to remove all of this other kind of boilerplate placeholder code that we had there initially. And then we're just going to provide some, first a main tag, and then we'll do class name, flex column gap of 8 items, center py of 8, and width of full. And then inside of here, we'll have some placeholder items. So to do, we need a timer section. We'll also need to do the task panel or a to-do list, right? And then the last one is the stats panel. Great. So we'll create those in time, but for right now, we just want to be able to render and see the header, right? Another thing that we want to do is add in our server-side rendering guards. And build them out further here in homepage. We have the basics of it because we have our query client here. We have the hydration boundary, the error boundary, the suspense that allows for a loading state to be managed here. We'll deal with skeletons in a little bit, but for right now, what we're going to do is deal with our server-side rendering prefetch. So how that basically works, just from a high level, is that basically we're going to query on the back end, and so when we serve the entirety of the front end, it already has that pre-initial fetched data on the server side, basically. So the server side pulls it, and then when the page, in this case the home page, actually renders and the query is made right inside of our, I believe, settings dialog here, right? When this query is actually being made, that's when it resolves. So when we go into here, what we're going to do is await query client dot prefetch query. We're going to pass in tRPC, and this tRPC is going to be pulled from the server side. So you remember inside of our settings dialog, we had to grab it from the use tRPC hook here. That's because this is within the client component. So we have to use the hook in order to retrieve the tRPC object. Here, since we are in the server side on the page and not in the client side, we can just pull tRPC directly from the server server file, not from the server or any server out there, right? Just from the server side. And we have trpc.settings.get.query options. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Now we're done with the home page. The last thing that I'm going to do just to clean up is to go out to our layout here and just change out the metadata. So on the top tab, it won't show all of our tech stack information here. Instead, we'll have the title of the app, next timer, and then the description, a productivity app based on the Pomodoro timer, right? And if you see this error, don't worry about it. It's just an ID thing that pops up. It's not going to affect your development or production builds. So now what we're going to do is pop open our terminal here, and we're going to run pm, without all caps, pnpm run dev, and be able to open up the nifty now in VS Code browser. And we're able to open up and check out our application with all its glory. So you can see that we have some responsive styling here. So obviously we can take a look at things in that manner. But for right now, I need to get over to the home page. So I'm going to log in real quick and head over to the home. Okay, so we have our home page here. We're successfully logged in. The thing that is of note here is the setting dialog that we set inside of the header. Sorry. Let's see, where is it? The dialog trigger being the settings, the gear icon there. So you can obviously see it here. It's within our header. And the header is in the middle just because we did item center, justify center here. So it'll appear there for now. We'll have a lot of extra components that we'll be adding that'll push up the header to the top of the page. So don't worry about that there. One of the things that I wanted to highlight real quick, and let me just open up inspect element just to make sure that we have it. And the thing that we're going to be testing here, right, is just to show that like we're getting things actually from the server, that we've set things by default, and we're able to pull some of that data in. So here we'll have console.log. We'll just say resetting form, and we'll have console.log, and we'll have settings, right? And we'll be able to expand that and take a look at what's inside. So this will only run if we're popping open the dialog, right? And so I guess I'll put this over here. Will it disappear? It will, but I will just pop this back up to the top here. And you can see resetting form, and then we have all the different pieces of the data, right, that are in there along with the user ID, right? So you know that it's not default settings because default settings does not have a user ID. I'm sorry, I can't really. Can I zoom in on this? Oh, geez. If someone knows how to zoom in on this, I would want to, but just trust me on it. If you can't, see it, we have resetting form here, and we have the long break duration. But they all match, all the numbers match. And so what we're going to try to do is see if we set this, right, let's say work duration to 15, we hit save setting, right, so the dialog closed, and if we open it up again, right, you can see that we're still at 15 minutes. We triggered another reset form, and you can see within here, right, let's see here, it has more information in it actually. So it has the created at, the updated at, because this was the settings being created for the first time, not using the default. And so yeah, there we go, showing that our backend successfully works. All right, cool. Let's move on to the homepage contents here and get the timer section working. Okay, so next up, first thing for the timer, we're going to create something that'll go inside of our library, and it will be related to audio. We're going to be using the web audio API in order to make some of the notification noises that a timer has complete. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to define a variable here, audio context, and we're going to provide the type audio context from the web audio API here. And basically it says here, interface represents an audio processing graph built from audio modules linked together, each represented by an audio node. So uh, the summary is it's basically the main primary way that you would interact with generating and processing audio in the browser. So this API is specific to the browser. It's not something from JavaScript or inherent with the language, right? This is a library that people have created. I believe Google created this one, but the main basics of it is, it creates a audio processing graph. There's a thing where you would create and connect audio nodes, so oscillators, gain nodes, filters, um, all of the things that you would need to be able to manipulate sound. So I'm not the biggest expert on audio and that type of stuff. So a lot of this typically goes over my head. So generally, um, I would defer to someone else who's more knowledgeable about it. But yeah, so we set audio context initially to null. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to write a helper function to do this. I mean, it's not really unfortunately, it's by convention. So browsers won't allow for you to do what we're about to do automatically. We're just creating a function get audio context, which returns audio context. And if not audio context, so if it does not exist yet, then audio context is equal to new audio context. And it's a function, so we need to call it. There we go. And otherwise, we're just going to return audio context, which is no. So unfortunately, we can't do like this here into here. Like that wouldn't work. And the reason for that is that most browsers will block audio context from producing noises until the user actually interacts with the page. So at the time when audio.ts triggers, right, nothing has basically been populated, right? The component tree hasn't been created. Nothing has been initialized for the user. The user can't interact with anything, right? And so, um, you would start it in this kind of null-ish state. And then when the user actually needs to make sounds in a component that has already mounted, that's when you would actually get the audio context and then start being able to play sounds. So that's the way that I understand and generally explain it, right? It's a little bit confusing to some people, right? They're like, well, why can't I just start it there and then use it as like a singleton object that I can use everywhere? Well, again, there's differences when the component mounts, things happen in sequence on the browser side, right? So these are just conventional stuff, convention related stuff that you just learn over time. So you can't. I guess the way of thinking about it, right, is like you if you don't put your keys into your car and turn it on, you can't turn on your car radio, right? Like even you don't even have to turn on the engine, you just turn it part way and the radio is able to play, but like without the key, you're not able to do that, right? And so like if your component hasn't mounted yet, right, and the user isn't able to interact with the page, that's generally what browsers are looking for, right? That like, sounds aren't just playing without anything loaded for the user. See, that just doesn't make sense, right? And so obviously, once the page has rendered and is available for users and they can interact with the actual content of the page and it's fully loaded, generally, then the audio context will work. I'm sure there's someone out there who's created some hacky way to do it to get around some of these things, but we'll stick to the convention. Next, we're going to do export function play notification sound. So this is what is actually going to be called in the code so that the user can get sounds in their website to trigger after a successful timer completion. First thing we're going to do is lazily create our audio context. So we're going to do const context is equal to get audio context. We call it lazy because it waits until the user actually needs the notification sound in order to either get it if it already exists or create it if it doesn't exist, right? Next, we're going to be making sounds from scratch because it's pretty much a lot easier to do that than just go about getting a sound file and having to deal with that. So we're just going to make a simple tone. And so the thing that we're going to do is const oscillator is equal to context dot create oscillator. All right. So an oscillator creates a continuous waveform, and then we're going to need a volume control. So we're going to have gain is equal to context dot create gain. Below this, we're going to wire everything together. So oscillator dot connect the gain that we just created. All right. And then gain dot connect context dot destination. So that's your user speakers, whatever is connected to, and by default, usually your browser. Then we're going to have oscillator dot type is equal to sign. By the way, if you want me to create a full video about the web sound API, I'd be happy to take a look at that. Just put it in the comments down below. We're going to do oscillator dot frequency dot set value at time. We're going to give it 800 context dot current time. So we're setting pitch to 800 and passing in the value at the end of the audio clock. Next up, gain. And we're going to set gain value at time 0.3. So 30% volume. Current dot or context dot current time. Then we're gonna fade volume at the end of it. So we're gonna do gain dot exponential ramp to value at time 0.01 context dot current time. We're gonna add 0.5 to that. So over half of a second, basically, we're going to ramp it down. Let's see here. Oscillator dot start context dot current time. So that's when it actually starts making the sound. And then oscillator dot stop context dot current time, and we add in that 0.5 seconds for the fade out. And then let's just say that if something was wrong, audio is not available, no speakers are plugged in, console.warn, not logging, notification sound failure, failed, and we'll just provide the error. I forgot to put here error. I'm going to get rid of that there. Okay, so we have our audio set up. Next, let's create a context to hold the state for the timer. So let's go into library here. Now there's multiple places where you could potentially put it. You could put it in library. You could create a new thing to hold context, right? Shared state, but I'll just put them in library. We'll call it timer-context.tsx. Really, the timer is only going to be used on the home page, so I could see a reason to put it like a new folder of like underscore context, right? Have it stored there, or just putting it in line. I think the cleanest way probably is to put it in the library here, although I do know some people don't like it because, as you can see, most of these are just .ts. This one's .tsx, so it means that there's a component in here that we're going to be providing at some point. I mean, honestly, we could also split out the component, which is just a provider. So we could like put another extra like timer provider in here. There's multiple ways in which we can architect it. I'm just going to keep it all into one file and put it under library, but just replay what I just said if you want to have some ideas and how you want to split it out. So the first thing I'm going to do is type timer mode here, and we're going to have work, short break, long break. Right, those are just all of our different modes that we have. Interface, timer state. We're going to have mode be timer mode, time remaining to be number, total time to be number, is running to be Boolean, current session number to be number, and then active task ID to be string or no. Great, and then we're going to have type timer action. And there's going to be a bunch of these, so I actually don't want to write them down wrong. So I'm just going to copy paste them in, but we'll talk through every single one of them. I'll just bring it down a line just so that they don't go off the screen. But yeah, so the first one, each of the timers, right, is going to have some form of action that we're passing through into the reducer that we're going to be building in 2 seconds to deal with our state here. So, we could be having a tick cycle, start, pause, reset. If we're resetting, then the total time, we need to pass that. We can pass complete, but then we need to provide what the next mode is going to be, either work, short break, long break, the next time, it's going to be a number, and the next session. Set task, right? So there's an ID. So when we have the to-do, we can have users correlate a particular work session with a task, and then we can also set the mode, right? If we, the user wants to skip to a particular mode, end a work session early, or end a break early, we can have extensions to deal with that. Also, just programmatically allow for the, automatic looping to happen. Okay, so let's create the actual reducer here. Function timer reducer. We're going to pass in state to be timer state, and then action to be timer action, and it's going to return a timer state. Great, and now this error here is just because we need to return timer state, and actually there's a extra indentation there that's not needed. We're going to have a switch statement in here, so it's basically just going to see which action type is being passed in, and based off of that, we're going to do stuff. So first, we're going to have case in quotes tick. There we go. And then if state dot time remaining is less than or equal to 1, then we're going to return spread the value of state in here. Time remaining to be 0 is running to be false. Right. Great. Then after here, otherwise, we're going to return state time remaining state dot time remaining -1. So basically, if time remaining is less than or equal to 1, we're just going to set it equal to 0. We could technically do the calculation, but obviously it's just easier to do 0. And obviously, if it's 0 or less than 0, then we just set it to 0. And then here, if it's greater than 1, then we just decrement it. Case start. Spell. Return state is running to be true. Case pause. Return state is running to be false. Case reset. Return spread state time remaining to be action dot total time. Total time is equal to also action dot total time, and then is running to be false, right? Even though it's reset, we're not actually starting the timer until we have a start action. Then we have case complete. And here we're going to be returning a lot of things, so I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger here. We're going to spread the state still. We're going to have mode be action dot next mode time remaining. Sorry, to be action dot next time. Total time will be equal to action dot next time. Current session number to be action dot next session is running to be false. Great. That complete action dealt with. Set task to be return dot state active task ID to be action dot task ID. And then case set mode to be return. There's going to be a few things, so we'll just bring it down here to make it easier to read. Mode action dot mode time remaining to be action dot total time. Total time to be action dot total time again. And then is running to be false. And if for whatever reason, oh my goodness, what happened there? There we go. The comma, like I wanted. We'll just have a default in case there's some particular action that was passed in that's invalid. We'll just return state. Cool. That's all that we need for our reducer. Interface, timer, context, value. So we have state, timer state. Make that separate. And actually spell it right. Start. Nope. Start. Could be an arrow function. Pause. Could also be another arrow function. Reset. Oh my goodness, I'm just going to copy paste it next time. Set active task to be task ID. String or no. Return void. Set mode to be mode. Timer mode. Void there. Const timer context is equal to create context from React. Make sure you import it from the right place. Timer context value or no. I'm going to set it initially to be no. Another lazy initialization there. Just when we need it. Export const timer provider. And a provider will always have children. And the children will be react.react node. And then we're going to have const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. And we need to import it correctly from the client. Great. And given that we're using hooks here, we need to go up to the top and designate this as use client. Okay. Down here. It's going to be a doozy of a provider, so bear with me. We're going to have const. We're going to pull data, not string, settings. We're going to name it. We're going to grab use query from TanStack React Query. I'm going to do trpc.settings.get.query options. And what we're going to do is const. We're going to break it out just so that we can have easy reference. Work duration, which is equal to settings dot work duration. Otherwise, we'll grab our default settings again. Dot work duration. Oops, semicolon. There we go. Const short work duration. I'm just going to copy paste most of these. It's a lot easier to do so. This, and we'll grab default settings dot short break duration. And copy this in here. Yeah, so just working through each one of these. Let me just copy all of these down and I'll do work duration all at once. That, sessions before long break. Sound enabled. Notification enabled. Okay, and we'll just grab this here. Dot long break duration. Dot sessions before long break. You can tell that I'm a C developer at heart. Always put my semicolons in there. Sound enabled. And then the last one is notifications enabled. Notifications enabled. Great. Next thing we're going to do is set up our reducer. So const state dispatch is equal to use reducer. Timer reducer, we're going to pass that in there. And then we're going to have the initial state be mode work. Time remaining to be work duration times 60 seconds. Total time to be work duration times 60 is running to be false. Current session number to be 1. Active task ID to be null. Cool. Right, and then we're going to set a const state ref use ref. And we're going to pass in our state here. And then state ref dot current is equal to state. Const settings ref is equal to use ref. And we have work duration, short break duration, long break duration, sessions before long break, sound enabled, notifications enabled. Great. And then we're going to do the same thing. Settings ref dot current is equal to work duration, short break duration. I can just copy paste this bit here again. There we go. Next up, we're going to do const previous work reference. So we're just going to sync the timer when settings change and the timer's not running. So this is going to be use ref work duration, and we're going to have a use effect here. Grab that from React. And inside of this use effect, if not state is running, and state.mode is equal to work, and if previous work ref dot current is not equal to work duration, then we're going to dispatch our first action here, which is to reset things. And then we're going to pass in total time to be work duration times 60. And then set previous work ref dot current to be equal to work duration. And then provide work duration state dot is running and state dot mode. Great. And if you're wondering why in all of these cases we have to do ref dot current for each one of these, even though we've passed it for basically the same thing inside of the use ref, right? So basically, the value that's being passed here, the initial value, is only used once, which is on the very first render. And then on every subsequent render, the current is the value that's actually used. And so the argument is, essentially ignored on every subsequent render. And that's why we have to set it here, right? Because without the second one, current would just have the initial state. It would never update, and it would basically be dropped. So that's why we're doing it here as well every single time that we have a ref in this provider. So cool. After this, we're going to have const handle timer complete. So we're going to have a function here that cleans everything up. So we're going to use a callback here. And part of me designing this provider was to ask, or not ask, but to, basically provide examples of all of the different lifecycle management tools that are inherent in React, and to try to showcase, references, use effect, use callback, all of it, just to try to show an example of how to use all of these things. So in the case of this callback, right, as the function name implies, we're handling the timer when it's finally complete. So when we get there, we're going to have const state ref, so just call that SR, is equal to state ref dot current, and then const configuration, which I'll just shorten that to CFG settings ref dot current. If configuration is sound enabled, then we'll play the notification sound, which grabs from /audio. Great. Then we're going to do the browser notification here. So config dot notification enabled, and type of notification is not equal to undefined, and notification, and this is the notifications API inherent with the browser, by the way. So it just grabs your browser permissions and make sure that your browser actually has a way to provide notifications. Permission is granted. Const message is equal to s.mode. And if it's equal to work, so we're using a ternary operator here. If it is work, then work session complete. Time for a break. Sorry, not S, SR. I'm sure got that. And then if we're not working, then it's a break. So break is over. Get ready to focus. Let me make it not capitalized. Cool. Period. And then new notification. Next timer. Body message. And this needs to be inside of an object. Inside of curly braces. There we go. We're going to add some to-dos here because we're going to add these later. To-do log session to database. We don't have the tRPC routes yet, so we'll do that later. And to-do increment task count. Again, we haven't created the tRPC routes for that, so we'll deal with that later. We need to figure out what the next mode is. So let next mode, and we're going to give it the type timer mode. Let next session is equal to sr dot current session number. If sr dot mode is equal to work, and we're gonna need to figure out if the current session number, we're gonna have it modulo with config dot sessions before long break is equal to 0. Then next mode is equal to long break. So what is the modulus operator? It's generally not often used, and funnily enough, one of the ways that I typically use it is to figure out if things are even and odd. In this case, this is the classical use for modulo to figure out if there's a remainder or not. So let's say that our iterations, by default, I forget the number, we'll just say 5, right? That there are 5 sessions before we take a long break. So what modulus does is it divides and then returns the remainder. It doesn't return the result of the divide, it returns the remainder. So when we hit session number 5, 10, 15, 20, they're all cleanly divided by 5, if that's the session number of sessions before long break. Then we want to have a long break after 5, 10, 15, 20. So if you did the modulus operation on 10 by 5, you'd get 0 because it divides evenly, right? And there's no remainder. But any other would return any number of remainder. That remainder would not be equal to 0 in the case of no remainder. And so everyone else would get a short break. So next mode is equal to short break. But if it does divide cleanly, no remainder, then it's a long break. Great. And then we're going to have a toast, which we're going to grab from Sonner. We're going to provide a success message here, work session complete, time for a break. So there's 2 portions here, right? We have the notification, which is ideally, I mean, it's going to pop up if the browser is open, but let's say that the user is using the timer in the browser, but they're working in VS Code, the browser's on a different window or is covered up by, VS Code being on top, the notification would still pop in. A toast, on the other hand, would pop up on the actual website itself. It doesn't pop up on a separate tab. It doesn't pop up on a separate window within a computer session, it just pops up on the website. If the website is open, the timer finishes it, you'll be able to see the toast here, right? So it's just, this is like a minor thing to add here, but it's just a little bit of polish in my opinion. All right. So if we're not in a work session, then the next mode would be work. So we're going to set next mode to be work. Next session is equal to another ternary operator, sr.mode. If it is a long break, then the next session will be 1. Otherwise, sr.current session number plus 1. So here we do reset after a long break the current session count back to 1. So technically this modulus, right, it's essentially equal to, if we just did current session number is equal to sessions before long break. We didn't zero index of it, so we don't need a -1 after this. They're essentially equivalent. However, let's just say for whatever reason, because these values in the state are not validated, right, that the current session number is less than sessions before long break in all cases, then we need this guard just in case somehow it got above that, right? And there is no reset, even though like there will be a reset at some point if this does get triggered, right? There might be some corner case, right, where the current session number becomes larger than the amount of sessions before long break. Thus, we need the modulus. So this just protects everything. Cool. Underneath here, const next time is equal to next mode, and we're gonna have the modulus operator or the ternary operator again. Next mode is equal to work. If that's the case, then config dot work duration times 60. That's the next time. Otherwise, we're gonna need to check if next mode is equal to short break. Then if that's the case, we're going to need config dot short break duration times 60. And otherwise, again, config dot long break duration. Great. And then we will dispatch type complete, next mode, next time, next session. And then here, we're going to provide an empty array. Now this, in some cases, might, not some cases, might, it could return an error or a warning that, hey, the dependency array is empty, but we do use, I believe, settings somewhere in here. Like an external, yeah, right here, state ref and settings ref. Like sometimes you'd want to add that, so if there's any changes, callback, the use callback here gets reset. In this case, we don't need it. We don't want this callback to basically redo itself on any of the other changes, because then that would just throw off the timer, right? It might reset things before the timer has actually completed. So we only want this to be called when the user needs it. So the linter doesn't see that, so we're just going to add a ESLint disable next line. Don't need to worry about that. Okay, on to the next function. And we're going to be working on the countdown here. So use effect. And we're going to have if not state is running. Then we're just going to return const interval, the countdown interval is equal to set interval. And we're going to dispatch type to be tick. And we'll do that 1,000 milliseconds, so 1 second. And then return. I'm going to clean everything up with clear interval. We're going to pass in the interval. Great. And then the dependency array will have state.is running. Great. Then we're going to have another use effect to detect completion. If state.time remaining is equal to 0 and not state.is running. If state.total time is greater than 0, then we call handle timer complete. Then down here, we're going to set up the dependency array, so it'll have state.time remaining, state.is running, state.total time, if I can spell it right, total time, and handle timer complete. Great. And then use effect inside of here. So this is getting the notification permission. So type of notification is not equal to undefined. And notification dot permission is equal to default. Then we'll provide notification dot request permission, and that basically calls at the start. And then use effect, and here we're going to just get the title, and it's dynamic with the mode and the time. So const minutes is equal to math.floor state.time remaining divided by 60. Const seconds is equal to state.time remaining modulus 60. Const time string is equal to, I'm just going to paste this. So we're using backticks here, not quotes, backticks, which is the one right next to the, usually on the keyboard, the number 1. Const mode string is equal to state.mode is equal to work. And we'll pass in capitalized work. And if state.mode is equal to short underscore break, then we're going to have short break. Otherwise, it's a long break. And then we're going to return, clean up, document.title is equal to next timer by default. And state.time remaining, state.mode. Great. Const get duration for mode. And we have another callback here. Run arrow function mode. Set it to the type timer mode. Inside of here, return a mode is equal to work. Then work duration times 60. Otherwise, we're going to check work duration. Whoops, sorry. We're going to check mode is equal to short break. If that's the case, then short break duration 60. Otherwise, long break duration. Where is it? This one. Nope. Did this one need times 60? It did. Oh my goodness, I forgot times 60 here. All right. Let me just. I think that. Yeah, no. All of these are times 60. Okay, good. Phew. Maybe you caught that. You were yelling at the monitor to fix it. I apologize. Long break duration times 60. Okay. Dependency array. So that'll be provided here. And that would be work duration, short work duration. Nope. Okay. Oh, sorry, short break duration. And then long break duration. Here we go. Const value being timer context value. And that'll be state start, which will dispatch type start. And so this is part of the store that users within the application will be able to have access to. Pause, dispatch, type pause, reset, type of reset, total time, get duration for mode, state.mode, set active task, task ID, dispatch, type to be set task, and we're going to pass in task ID, and set mode, dispatch, type to be set mode, total time to be get duration for mode, pass in mode. And then, now that we have the value, the very last thing that we're going to do is return timer context. And that's going to have a value, which is equal to value. And then we're going to pass in the children inside of here as children. Great. And then we're going to have export const use timer. We're going to expose this hook. And const context equals use context. I need to import that from React. I'm going to pass in timer context. If not context, so there's a problem in creating it, then we need to throw new error. Use timer must be used within timer provider, because that's pretty much the only way that I can think of for the use timer hook to have an issue. And then we're going to return the context otherwise. So great. That is our timer context. Let me just take a quick once over. Time string. Let's see. Did I forget something? Oh, right. I need to actually set the document. See, this is why we go back and check. Document title is equal to, and I'll just copy paste this bit here. Next timer. Here we go. All right, good. That looks fine. also looks fine. The countdown interval. I'll just provide that comment. We have this bit about finishing the timer. We have the two to-dos here. Looks right. Previous work ref. Okay. And then we're setting all the refs as well for the state and the settings. We have the reducer set up here. We have all of our values, whether they're saved in the database or we're using the default ones. And then actually grabbing the settings from our database. Okay, all looks good there. And then we have the timer reducer, the actions, and the state. Everything looks good there. So we're just going to hit save. And I'm sure we're going to have some testing going on in the future. But yeah, if there's any errors, we'll go back and fix it. The only other thing that I can think of is the fact that we used toast here, right, from Sonar. So that means inside of our providers here, we need to add that. So what I'm going to do is first provide some space down here, so alongside our children. Down here. We're just going to add toaster from add/component/UI Sonar. I'll grab it from Sonar. Great. And let me see if I need to add anything else. No, that looks like it, because this provider goes around our layouts. Right, so we already have this provider here, so that allows us to have access to toasts inside of our project, and then we're going to use the timer context only when we need it in our application, right? So we don't need it at the top level. We'll only use it wherever we actually need the timer. In the case of toasts, it's a pretty ubiquitous thing, so I feel like it's a good convention for myself to put the toaster here. There's also, like, if there's a confirmation dialog or some shared pop-up that you use a lot, like we did a dialog with the settings, but like the settings isn't really like universal throughout the app, but like a yes or no confirmation dialog that you want to keep consistent across the app, that's something that you might consider putting in the provider at the top level. So cool. That is that. We're ready to move on to the next step and to actually create our timer UI. So that's going to be in home. Okay, now we're going to work on our timer UI. So what we're going to do is go to source, open up our app, go down to home, UI, and then we're going to add a new file here, circular timer.tsx. Now I'm putting it here and not in the shared components because home in our app is the only one that's going to have the timer. So obviously if you're going to use it in multiple different pages, you would want to extract this file into the shared components. But for this application, it's only going to be in home, so we're going to leave it there. Now the first thing we're going to do is put use client here on the top. We're going to be using the use timer hook. So the timer component itself is going to be a client component. We're going to set some constant values first. We're going to have const size is equal to 256. We're going to have const stroke width be 8. We're going to have const radius is equal to size minus stroke width divided by 2. So we're just going to have the math done once as opposed to doing it inline multiple times. Circumference is equal to 2 times math.pi times radius. Great. And then the actual component itself, export const circular timer is equal to, no props needed, const, we're going to extract state from the use timer hook here. then we're going to have const progress is equal to state.total time. If it's greater than 0, then we're going to do state.time remaining divided by state.total time. Otherwise, we're just going to have it be 1. Then we're going to have const offset is equal to circumference times 1 minus progress. Whoops. Here we go. Let me just reformat that to make it look better. Const minutes is equal to math.floor state.time remaining divided by 60. Const seconds is equal to state.time remaining modulo 60. Then we're going to have our time string, which I'm just going to paste in. Make sure that you use the backticks. So backtick minutes toString dot pad. So we want to make sure that it has 2 values, and if there's only 1, as in like a singular number, like 1 through 9, and technically 0, we're going to add 0 in front of it. So if it's 10 and above, doesn't matter. But if we're 0 through 9, we just add in the extra 0 to make sure that it has 2 values, right? And then the same thing for the seconds. Awesome. Now we're going to add in some hard-coded values for color, and we're just setting it so that we can have the same reference instead of writing it over and over again. So state.mode is equal to work. And we're going to use the tertiary operator here. So this is going to be stroke red 500. And if it's not work, let me just bring this down so it's easier to read. We're going to have state.mode short break. Let's just bring this down. Stroke to be green 500. Otherwise, stroke blue 500. Great. So that's the color. And then we're going to do the same thing for text color. And all I'm going to do is just copy this bit here. Whoops. And instead of stroke, we're just going to have text. Oh, whoops. There we go. Cool. And now we can deal with the JSX. So we're going to have here a div, provide class name, flex, items, center, justify, center. These are pretty short, so I'll just go through them. Flex, item center, justify center, relative. Then inside of here, we're going to have the SVG tag. We're going to have class name, negative rotation of 90. Then we're going to have height be size, the const value that we added earlier, and then width to be the same thing. Great. And then inside of this SVG, we'll have a circle. And it'll be a closing tab like this. CX of size divided by 2. CY size divided by 2 as well. R is radius. Fill is none. Stroke width. I'm going to use the const value stroke width. And then lastly, class name, stroke muted. And then we're going to have another circle. And inside of here, we'll have pretty much the same thing up to this point. So we'll just copy paste that in there. Then we're going to have stroke line cap to be round. We're going to have stroke dash array be circumference. We're going to have stroke dash offset to be offset. And then we're going to have class name here. we use the backticks here to get some variable styles in here. So we're going to have color passed in here, transition, stroke, dash, offset, duration 1000, ease, linear. Great. And then below the SVG, but still within the outer div, we're going to have another div here. We're going to have class name absolute, inset to be 0, flex column, items, center, justify, center, and then we're just going to have the time in the middle. So we'll have a span in here, class name, and we're going to have some, again, conditional styles. So 5XL, text 5XL, font mono, font bold, tabular numbers, and then the variable text color passed into here, and then inside of curly braces we're putting time string. Then below this we'll have another span. We'll have class name, text small, text muted, foreground, margin top of 1, capitalize. And then inside of here, state.mode.replace underscore with space. Great. So there is our timer UI. Next, we should make our timer controls as well, and then we can add it to the home page. So we're going to add a new file here, timer-controls.tsx. This is also going to be a client component, as it's going to be using some of the reducers or some of the actions made available in our context. Export const timer controls, and we're going to have extracting state, start, pause, and reset from use timer. And then we're going to have our JSX here, div, class name, flex, items, center, gap of 3. And then state.isRunning. We're going to have the pause button. So we're going to use button, the shadcn one. And then we're going to have onClick, call pause, size of large, variant of outline. And then we're going to have the pause icon from Lucid React. And we're going to make it class name size of 5, and then include the pause text in there. If it's not running, we're going to have a button. On click inside of the button, it's going to call start, size of large, play, class name, size of 5. We need to actually import play. Nope. Play from Lucid React. There we go. And then include the play text. And then outside of this curly brace, we're going to have button, on click, reset, size, large, variant, ghost. We're going to have the rotate, CCW, counterclockwise, class name, size of 5. And then we're going to have the reset text there. So that's our controls. All looks good there. And then there's one more thing. We're going to add in a session indicator. So just keeps track of all of the current sessions that we're doing. that's another component here. Session indicator.tsx. It'll also be a client component, so we'll add the use client directive on the top. Export const session indicator. We're going to be grabbing state from use timer. Const tRPC. We're going to be grabbing use tRPC there. Const data. Rename it to be settings. Use query. tRPC.settings.get query options. There we go. Const total is equal to settings.sessions before long break. Otherwise, make it 4. Const current is equal to state.current session number. Now, let me just check something real quick. I believe we should have a default for this. We do. So we're going to change this 4 to a default. Settings dot sessions before long break. There we go. That's just 4. So all's good there. And then return div class name flex items center gap of 2. Array dot from length total, and we just need the I variable there for the count. So const session number is equal to I plus 1. Const is complete is equal to session num less than current. Const is current is equal to session num is equal to current. And then inside of here, we'll have our JSX. Now the first tag that we're going to provide here is a div. Let's close the div off there. That should get rid of all of our errors. Now there's going to be some things that we need to provide in the div. Class name, conditional styling. So we're just going to do backtick here. Size 3, rounded, full, transition, colors. Then we're going to provide inside of here is completed. Provide completed, not is complete. And if it is, then we're going to provide bg red 500. Otherwise, we're going to provide is current and state.work is equal to work. So a lot of nested tertiary operators here, just because we have a lot of cases to work through. Whoops, it's not state.work, state.mode. And inside of this quote will be bg red 500 divided by 60, ring of 2, ring red 500 divided by 30. Otherwise, provide bg red 500. And otherwise, again, provide bg muted. Not the cleanest styling, but they are nonetheless. Let's just see, everything looks fine there. Then we're going to have a key. Since we're inside of an array, we need to provide a key there. And then inside of this div, we're going to have a span. Class name text extra small text muted foreground. margin left to be 1. And then we're going to have current divided by total. Make sure that you put the divided by outside of the curly braces. Cool. So that's our session indicator. And then now we have these 3 components. As you can see, we have 3 slots. So we can remove these to-dos because we're just going to add them in one by one. So let's create a section to hold them all first. Class name, flex column, items, center, gap of 4. And actually, I was incorrect there. We're only doing the section, timer section for right now. My apologies. So let me just copy paste this to not waste time. That was what we were just adding earlier. And then inside of here, we'll add circular timer, session indicator, and timer controls. There we go. So now if I pop this open and do pnpm run dev, and whoops, not that one, the localhost one, open it up in the browser. We have an error. What's the error? Oh, see, use timer must be used within a timer provider. So what we're going to do is, so there's 2 things that we can do. So we can either do timer provider here, or we can put it in the shared providers here. But since we only have timer within the home page, it would make more sense to just have timer wrap everything here. But if you were using timer in more than one place, it might be more convenient to just put it at the provider's level. So just for the case of this app, we're going to put it here within homepage contents. Shame on me for forgetting. Here we go. And now that if we save this, we reboot this, there we go. We can see that we have the next timer now on the top. We have the timer wheel here. We have the sessions indicators. We have the play, and we have the reset button. So great. I also think that this span is supposed to be outside of this div. Let me just check on that real quick. Yes, it is, because I noticed that that is popping up over and over again. So that looks better. We also noticed that let's see here, the timer. Yeah, if we're working, it's red. Short break, it's green, and blue. Yep, that all looks correct. And so yeah, if I change this, let's see, save settings, and that switches. Phew, awesome. So let's see here. Any other things that we want to be able to test? So let me just switch this down to 1 minute and just let it run. And I don't think actually I'm recording the system audio. Let's just trigger that. Sorry for showing the peek behind the curtains, but I believe once this finishes, I'll cut the recording and just be right back like 5 seconds before or something. All right, we're back. 5 seconds left on the timer. I don't know if it's going to work necessarily in VS Code. Good. Okay, so the toast appeared, the notification appeared on a different screen because it's my main screen, but trust me that a notification did pop up, and I guess I'd have to look in post whether or not the sound rang, but there should have been a sound. Maybe it's just because there's a browser inside of VS Code. Maybe it wasn't playing. If it was, ignore what I just said, but now we can see we're on the short break, and it's green, and then we'd have to do it 4 times to just show the long break showing up. But all seems to be working. We have the timer running. All looks good there. So now we just have our little to-do list that we need to include. So let's go about working on that. All right, here's your mini 2-for-1 deal that we're going to make our to-do list app inside of the Pomodoro app. So appception, if you will. We're going to be focused on, making sure that the backend interactions work really well, along with being able to leverage the to-do list within an app. I think that a lot of apps could benefit from having a very basic to-do list, not just to help users create their own to-do list, but when you set it right off of the bat and include it as part of the onboarding. You might see this on different enterprise websites. Even VS Code, when you first pop it up, will have a list of instructions of things for you to do. You could ignore it, but there are ways for someone who's brand new to an interface to be able to work through them. So, whether you allow for a user to generate it or you hard code in the actual values that are in the to-do list, and you have a little flag within the database that flips when either the user has gone through the list or gone through an individual point of the list or has seen it, dismissed it, and moved on. Whatever the case may be, you can have that feature flag in there, or database stored flag in there for conditionally rendering that, right? We're going to focus on just making the to-do list, but obviously that extension could be something that you might be seeing in future walkthroughs. So to start with the task to-do list, we're going to need to create a task router so that users can get all of their tasks and create new ones. So we're going to go into source, tRPC, server, routers, and then we're going to have a new file here. We're going to call it tasks.ts. And I think actually, I know I did settings to be .tsx here. I believe that it can just be .ts. There's no JSX, no rendering stuff in there, no components, so we don't need it to be .tsx. So let's see here. We're going to do export const tasks router, create tRPC router. We're going to have list here, protected procedure dot query async context, and we're going to return context dot db dot query dot task dot find many, and then we're going to need to make sure that we grab the right ones. So equals, grab from Drizzle ORM, task dot user ID. Nope, not that task. The task that we want is from our schema. There we go. So make sure that you import that correctly, unlike me. Context.user.id. So we're matching the user ID that has been added to task. Let's see, where is it? Here it is, user ID. And we're just relating that to the actual user ID who is making this query. So if they don't match, they're not going to be getting the tasks that belong to people, other people. In this case, it's only going to grab tasks that belong to the user who has requested the listing of all tasks. Order by, so we're going to do this in ascending order and based off of task.sort order. And we're going to need to import ascending from Drizzle ORM as well. All right, and the other procedure that we're going to do is the create procedure. This is going to be a protected procedure, and users are going to pass into it Z, so we'll grab it from Zod, object. They will provide a title, which will be z.string, minimum length of 1, maximum 200. Say that's a good amount. Estimated Pomodoros, so the amount of work cycles that's expected. Z.number, minimum of 1, maximum, I'll just say 99, and by default, it'll be 1. So if the user doesn't select that option, we won't have to worry about it. Mutation, async, context input, const max result is equal to await context.db dot select, and we're going to ask for max sort, and we're going to provide a SQL string here, which will be about numbers, and we're going to coalesce, make sure that I spell this right, coalesce max $, task.sort order. So we're just providing that variable in there, and 0. Okay. And then outside of this select, we'll do from task where equals task.user_id context.user.id. Okay. So we're just grabbing the top possible sort order, basically, and assigning it to the new to-do list, because obviously we want to be able to put it at the end. Then we're going to do const created, and we're going to do the await context.db.insert task.values, and we're going to have ID be UUID. How do we deal with UUID in string? I think it's crypto dot. Yeah, this one actually. There we go. Random UUID. Just want to be consistent. So user ID context.user.id, title to be input.title, estimated pomodoros to be input.estimated pomodoros, with an O actually. I just noticed the misspelling. There we go. I'm sure that bothered a few people. Sort order, max result to be the first array dot max sort, 0 plus 1. So there we go. Oh, and we need to do dot returning in order to get the return value. And then we can return created. Great. So there's our procedure there. All should look pretty simple. Don't want to make this too difficult. Great. Then we need to go into _app.ts and then add that router in there. So tasks to be tasks router. There we go. And then now we're going to need to create some UI elements in order to, first off, test that tasks are working, and to make sure that our to-do list, gets put into the UI in a decent looking spot. I'm not going to be pretending to be a super design whiz, but we're just going to get it on there, get it working, and I'm sure there are a lot better designers out there who can pretty it up. So first thing we're going to do is install from shadcn pnpm dlx shadcn at latest. We're going to add the checkbox and collapsible, two things that are going to be included inside of our to-do list. And that should install. While we're doing that, let me close all of these things. All right, it finished. So we can close this, go to source, app home UI again. Add another UI element here. task-panel.tsx. Now, if you thought like, hey, there's a lot of things here, and even in our home page, we kind of, collect these things by section, I could certainly see you adding a new folder, timer, and then putting these three components into that. I'm personally not going to, but if this is starting to get a little bit unwieldy for you, you misclick and click on certain things by accident, wouldn't begrudge you sticking stuff into its own folder. But yeah, let's see here. So we're at task panel here. We're gonna have use client, and then export const task panel here, and const tRPC, grab it from the hook, tRPC, const data to be tasks, by default be an empty array, use query, tRPC dot tasks dot list dot query options. I also noticed that if you wanted to call it get, I suppose that's fine. The only reason that like list I would make it different is because get to me is like a very specific thing. So user settings, get the singular one that exists. Tasks, I would be passing in the ID and then grabbing the specific tasks. So if I had like a slide out panel that gets the information about that specific task, I would use a .get for that convention, and then .get all, to be able to get all of them, or list, as you see here, in order to grab all of them. So that's kind of the new convention that I've rested upon. But at the end of the day, these are all just naming conventions. Do what you think makes the most sense to you. So now that we've gotten the tasks, we're just going to try to render them in a way that seems reasonable. So in this JSX here, we're going to have a div, give it space y of 4 with a full. Inside of here, we're going to have in h2, have the header on top, class name, font, semi-bold, text, large, tasks, and we're going to have a task input, which we'll deal with in a second. Tasks.length is equal to 0. Then we're going to render no tasks yet. Add one above to get started. And then we're going to style this p tag here. Text small, text muted foreground, text center, py of 4. And then below this bit here, we're going to have a div, class name, space y of 2, tasks. So if task exists, we're going to be able to map through it. We're going to have task in here, and then we're going to have div inside. And I think that in the past, I might have done this. Both of these are functionally the same. Like, unless I needed to use index here, like for the key, for example, but task has ID. So spoiler alerts, we're going to use key task.id, or I guess not spoiler alerts if I'm providing that information right now. If I didn't have this ID to be able to map through something, then I would use the index, and that's when I would use parentheses. I might have mixed the styling conventions there, but yeah, either way is equivalent. So inside of this div, we have the class name flex gap of 2, items center, border, out of border, rounded large, p of 3. And inside of here, we're going to have a span. Give it a style, class name, flex of 1, text, small, truncate. And we're going to provide, inside of curly braces here, task dot title. And then below this span, but still inside of the div. We're going to have task.actual pomodoros out of task.estimated pomodoros. And class name, text extra small, text muted foreground. Don't know why the autocomplete went away. I think I spelled that right. I did. Tabular numbers shrink 0. I'm kind of text muted foreground. Did I do a dumb somewhere? Why did this not text has muted foreground? I don't know. I just rewrote that just because I'm paranoid that I wrote it wrong. All right. Anyways, semicolon. Great. So now we need to create task input. We'll just do it inside of the same file here. Const task input schema is equal to z.object. Now, if you notice something, we're going to have basically the same Zod object as our router. So I'm going to go into here, grab it, stick it in here. However, there's going to be some minor differences. First off, we're not going to need the max here. We'll allow for the API route to handle that. We'll remove default here. And then type task input values is equal to z.infer type of task input schema. We've done forms many a time, so hopefully you're a legend at this by now. Or if you're new watching, second time, let's get the reps in. So we're going to use form from React Hooks form. We're going to pass in task input values. Default values. So unlike the settings, unless we add these default values somewhere else, I'm just going to inline them. So we'll have title to be empty string, estimated pomodoros to be 1. So if we type this in somewhere else, I'll extract it. Otherwise, we won't need to worry about it. Zod resolver. Whoa, it actually, had the import. That's insane. Usually it does not. I don't think it did for the last one either. Const tRPC. Use tRPC. Const query client is equal to use query client. Const create mutation is equal to use mutation. We pass in trpc.tasks.create.mutation options. And inside of here, we're going to have the on success, have it be an arrow function, query client dot invalidate queries, query key, trpc dot tasks dot list dot query key, and form dot reset. Great. So there's that. Whoops. Inside of there. And then we're going to have the on submit values, task input values, arrow function here, create mutation dot mutate. We're going to have title values dot title dot trim, and then estimated pomodoros to be values dot estimated pomodoros. Cool. And let me just bring it down so it's easier to read. Awesome. And now time for the JSX. All right, so we're going to have form, the form tag here. We're going to have on submit, be form dot handle submit, on submit, class name, flex, items, center, gap of 2, input here, to import input here. Grab the shadcn component there. We're gonna have class name flex -1 or flex of 1. We should pass in form.register title, and we're gonna have placeholder be add a task. Now you might be wondering why I'm not using the shadcn form. We're not providing any labels, and there's no error message that's going to be popped in, so really I think it's more trouble than it's worth. I guess there's no trouble, but there's more effort to wire everything up with the shadcn ones as opposed to just using the base tags and some minor other shadcn ones. I mean, I think that it's all right, and then we need to import input, and then provide placeholder to be add a task. Ellipses. We'll add in form.register title and class name flex of 1. Now you might be wondering, why aren't I using the shadcn form components? The reason for that is I just wanted to show different ways of doing form, like one with the shadcn components, one without, but we're still using React hook form in everything. Also, I guess I never imported use mutation, so make sure that you do that. Yeah, just multiple different ways of doing it, right? And I think that each has their pros and cons. In this case, right, we don't have any form labels or error handling, error messages that we necessarily have to worry about. So this basic one makes the most sense to me. Below this input, we'll have another input. This one will be type number, and this is for the Pomodoros. Minimum to be 1, maximum 99. This could be one of the reasons to have the default task info. You're welcome to do that in the same way that we did the default settings. This is really just 2 of them, so I'm not going to get bent out of shape trying to do that, but you're welcome to do so, and probably if this was a real project, I'd do that. I mean, it's not that hard. Okay. I guess that one, and then, okay, I'll do it. Export const default. This is not in my master code for this project, but you know what? We'll do it. We'll do it for the fans. Task in info. And what was it? So we'll have a min task size of 1, max task, or really it's length. See, I'm having to come up with this stuff on the fly. Max task length. I believe it's 99. What was it actually? 200, I think. Yes, 200. 200, and then min Pomodoros, which is 1, and then max Pomodoros, which is 99. That's the 99 one. And let me just bring these up here so they're together, and then I'll actually split them out separately. Like I could have added these to the default settings as well. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This one is default task info dot minimum task length. Then this one is, I'll just copy paste these in here, dot min Pomodoros dot max Pomodoros. So then we can go down here, and this one's max min Pomodoros. This one is max Pomodoros. Wonderful. form.register estimated pomodoros and provide value as number to be true, and then provide the styling class name width of 16 text center, and then below this input we'll have a button. Type will be submit, size icon. It will be disabled when form.formState.is valid. So there's some problem that the form detects, or create mutation.is pending. And then inside of here we'll have the plus from shadcn, or sorry, from Lucid React, and we'll provide the styling class name. There we go. Size of 4. And we'll have this button imported also from shadcn. So cool. That should be that. Let me just go through and see if there's any 99s or number 1s anywhere. Don't see anything. So all in all, we're looking pretty good. So yeah, I mean, I could go into here and do dot min. Oops, gotta import it first. There we go. Dot min task length and default dot max task length min pomodoros max pomodoros default of 1. Like, should I even add that? Default pomodoros D1. Default estimated pomodoros. Make it super correct. Oh, I'm having a lot of fun with this. Default estimated pomodoros. Anything else that we need to worry about? Going once. Going twice. I think we're good. All right. There we go. Let's go back to the home page. Contents. And let's add in our to-do list here. So we're going to add in div class name with full task panel. And we can get rid of these to-dos. Good. Little spoiler alerts for the future there. Let's see here. We need to add some task prefetching. So let's go in over here. One of the things that we're going to modify, we're going to do 2 of these at the same time in parallel, as opposed to doing them sequentially. So I could just copy paste this and then change this in the middle. What I'm going to do to get them to resolve in parallel is do promise all and put these inside of an array inside of promise all. So let's do that. Need a paren in there. Great. And then we'll provide query client.prefetch query tRPC.tasks.list.query options. Great. There's the prefetch. And so, without further ado, let's open up this bottom panel. pnpm run dev. Open it up in localhost. Pause due to notifications. So we gotta close this. There we go. And here's the task. It's all in one row here. Let me see, zoom out. Yeah, I don't know why it's zoomed all the way in. Now, if you don't like the fact that this is like right flush on the side, obviously we can add a task in here, but let me do that in a second. We can provide padding in the horizontal direction. Let's say 2. How does that look? Yeah, adds a little padding. And then obviously we're going to have the stats panel in here as well. So that'll just take up half the space. So it won't look as elongated, right? And let's say you didn't like, the fact that it's just sitting here and, a really AI design that you might consider is to have a card, right? And then inside of card content, we'll just move this inside of here and let's see how this looks. Oh, whoops. Yeah, see, you have a little boundary around it. We've obviously added the padding on the inside as well, or padding around the side of the cards. So if you like that, AI likes it. I didn't add it, but that's what artisan code gets you. Okay. We'll just keep the card. Why not? Spice it up from the master code, which will be on GitHub after I'm done with this. Let's see. Okay, so let's add a task and see if that works. Just say hello world. Hit the plus. There we go. Task has been added with 1 Pomodoro. Let's say second task, and then we just increment this up to 5. Boom. And I'm a little worried about what the error. What was the max? Let's go into the constants. What is the max number of Pomodoros? So if I hit oops and do 100, it's grayed out. It won't even let me to do it. And then oh, let me do @1, and let's see. After a while, 200 characters. Nothing blocking there. But that is because inside of our form, where is it? Task panel. We did not specify that there should be a minimum or a maximum length. Right? So there's no maximum length going on inside of here, but also this one has min and max as well. But it would get caught on the API call itself. But anyways, let's say that you could also add a toast here as well. Right? We can do toast.success to say task created successfully. Now the reason that I did not add this here, but this we'll just do it just to show that the the thing is working or not. This seems to be over 200 characters, so it should reject. Oh, it did create successfully. I don't know if this is 200 or not. Interesting. Oh, yeah, but anyways, it does show that we can add these. The tasks have been created successfully. The reason that I don't put toasts in here is because it's pretty apparent to the user if the task is created or not. It'll pop up here. Obviously, if it didn't work, then it wouldn't pop up, right? Let's see here. How would I could kill this, and then let's see if I, do another oopsie here. You can see nothing gets added because it did not work properly. It would have failed. And I guess we could have done an on failure just to show that. But trust me, I did not futz with anything. You saw me do the live demo. Obviously, the failure mode, it just doesn't appear. So we wouldn't need the toast for success. You might consider doing an on failure, right? And then just having toast dot error, right? And then just saying like, oops, failed, right? Is it on failure? Oh, sorry, it might be on error. There we go. How would I do this? So we do npm run dev, refresh this thing, kill this server, provide oops again, and there we go. Oops failed, right? Which is this error. So, phew. I believe that it tries it a couple times. That's why there was a delay for when that revealed. But cool. So now that we know that that the task list works and that all of the database interactions with it are validated, we are now going to move on to include some additional things. So we want to be able to edit this as well, edit the tasks. We were able to create it. You might like, hey, I want to change the title, or I want to change the number of Pomodoros. Also, like when this actually finishes, how do these increment? We don't have that wired up. So we're going to do that now. Okay, we are back, and we're going to be working on the tasks router here. We're going to be adding in the rest of the different operations that we're going to need in order to make our to-do list a little bit more richer and have more interactions. So we're going to scroll to the bottom of our tasks router here, note where the comma is, and we'll start from here. Update protected procedure. We're going to provide input z dot object. So the z object that we're going to be providing here, id z dot string, title z dot string dot minimum. I can spell minimum. What was it? Default task info dot minimum task length dot maximum. The same thing with max max task length. I got cyberpunk on the brain apparently. And optional. Then estimated. Actually, I should just copy paste the top one here. Estimated Pomodoros. Okay. We're smarter now. We do not have default though. We will have dot optional. So like if the value already exists and we're not changing that specific one, then the other one may be just left alone, right? And so that's why optional is there. We have all the other guards. It's just that, one or the other can be updated or both, right? That's what optional is allowing as opposed to providing default because we don't want to overwrite, obviously, the existing value if we don't want to change it. And then is completed z.boolean.optional because we may or may not be marking that as completed. Now down here, we're going to have mutation, async, context, input, const. We're going to spread ID and, we're going to extract ID and we're going to grab all of the rest of as a single variable, grabbing it from input. God, if I could spell. What happened here? Don't need that. We're going to add in here const updated is equal to await context.db.update task dot set, and what we're providing it, that data aggregated together, updated at new date, and then we're going to do where, two conditions. So we're going to use and, Drizzle ORM, grabbing it from Drizzle ORM. We're going to have task.id if it's equal to ID, and task.user.id matches context.user.id. So we've extended the where to not just match the user ID, so the user has the permission to modify a given task because they have ownership over it. We're also matching the ID that is being passed into this mutation, right? Matching it to the task itself. So we're not changing any task, we're changing that specific task that the user is asking for. And then we need dot returning in order to get the value, and then we return that value. Phew. All right, we're done with that. Next, we're going to need to do reorder. So if we wanted to change the order of the tasks within the list, so this is going to be protected procedure input z.array. So we're not using or we're going to be providing a bunch of objects in a list instead of just passing one singular one. And inside of the object, we'll have ID z.string and sort order to be z.number. Great, those are both required values. And then we're going to have mutation, async, context, input, await, context.db.transaction, because we're going to be changing a lot of cards when we reorder, or sorry, not cards, tasks when we reorder. So obviously when we shift something, we're moving a bunch of them, and the move is represented by changing their sort order. So inside of here, we're going to have async, the transaction represented by tx, for const item of input, await transaction dot update task dot set. We're going to set sort order to be item dot sort order, updated at to be new date, and then where, and we can just copy paste the same where up here. And we don't need returning. We do need ID, so this is going to be item.id. There we go. So that's reorder. And then the last one, or the last two, I apologize. We're going to need delete, protected procedure input. We just need the ID, z.object, ID, z.string. This one's going to be quite simple. Mutation, mutation, async, context, input again, arrow function, const, nope, sorry, not const, await, context.db.delete, task, where, and we paste the same thing again. And ID needs to be grabbed from input, so input.id. And then the actual last one, increment Pomodoro. So this is when we are adding the number of Pomodoros that are going to be needed. Procedure, there we go. Z.object, ID, z.string, mutation, async, context, input, context updated is equal to await context.db.update task set actual Pomodoros to be. We're going to use a SQL string here. Provide as a variable task dot actual Pomodoros +1, and then updated at to be new date. Now, why aren't we decrementing the number of Pomodoros? Why can we only increase it? Well, we don't want to have the accidental situations where, well, not just that we don't want negative ones, but we don't want it to go down to 0. Obviously, we could add guards to protect against that. But also, like, hey, let's say that a task has already consumed a certain number of Pomodoros, right? There's really no reason to remove from history the amount of Pomodoros that a task took up So this isn't to necessarily change, um, the number of Pomodoros that a task is going to take. That gets modified here, the estimated Pomodoros. This is the actual one, right? And so we only want it to go up. Really no reason to reset it or to change it. We don't want to deal with negatives. We don't want to deal with 0 actual Pomodoros taken, because we'd only be increasing it, right? And it should take 1, it should take however many, all that type of stuff. And I guess, like, technically, uh, every task could have 1 actual Pomodoro. Like if it didn't start, I guess it would be 0. But yeah, like we don't want negatives, and it should only be going up. There's no reason for you to remove or reset progress in a task. I suppose if we wanted to wire up so that we reset a task, we could just delete it and then just create a copy. But yeah, that's not really something that I'm too worried about at this point in the application. Dot where here, we're going to pass in the same and we're going to use input dot id, and then we're going to have returning, and then return updated app. Great. So that is our full router here. So we added increment Pomodoro, delete, reorder, and update. So just to scroll through to allow for a chance for you to make sure that you copy everything down. And then now that we have that, we can go back into app, home, UI, task panel, and start wiring up some extra actions, along with adding some extra UI elements for those. So noticing that this can be put here, and then we could ABC order everything else. But anyways, let's go focus on adding all of the additional logic to support the mutations, actions, all that good stuff. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to add here is const active tasks. We're going to have tasks dot filter t arrow not is completed t dot is not completed, and const completed tasks is equal to tasks dot filter t arrow t dot is completed. Cool. Now, some of the more astute or code slingers out there might cringe at the fact that we have 2 filters going on here, right? And if we're thinking of like big O notation, it'd be like if for an n-sized list, we'd have big O of 2n, because we're basically going through it twice with filter here. So there's probably a more elegant way to do it, and I would think it would have to do with reduce. So we would do like const active tasks completed tasks here is equal to tasks dot reduce, and inside of here we'd have active be type of tasks lowercase, completed type of tasks again, and inside of here we'd have the the accumulator, the actual task itself, and then if t dot is completed, then we're going to have the accumulator dot completed. Let's see here. I think we have to comment these out. And let's just finish writing this thing out so that it doesn't go crazy on us. So just ignore some of this stuff. This needs to be put inside of parens dot push t here. And then we're going to return the accumulator. And then outside of this, we're going to have active be an empty array here, completed to be an empty array. And as you can see, that gets rid of all errors. Cool. So that would be the way that you would do it. But you know, I do think that this is quite ugly syntax. I mean, some might argue that this, you know, the performance outweighs the potential benefits from having clean looking code. But, you know, I'll have both of them here. You can choose which one you think looks better for the task at hand. The first thing that we're going to add here, right, all the way down by the bottom underneath our list of all of our tasks, we're going to have if completed tasks dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to have a component called completed tasks toggle. We're going to pass in tasks into this via props as completed tasks, and we'll create that component in a second. You'll also notice here that we just pass in all of the tasks. Well, I think this task list should just be for active tasks. So we'll grab this, stick this here. So only active tasks are going into this. In a second, we're going to be extracting this because there's going to be a lot of different actions that the active tasks are going to have that the completed tasks are not. So we're going to create another placeholder component. So what I'm going to do is actually just I can Control X this to cut it, and we'll be able to paste that in a second. We'll add in task item here, and we'll have key be task.id, task to be task, index to be index, total active to be active tasks dot length, and then all tasks to be active tasks. Great. Honestly, actually, we should call this task item. No, yeah, it is task item because the whole thing would be task lists. I mean, how this is actually designed, the way that I actually implemented it, it would probably be better if we created a component called, like, I'm not 100% sure why we're passing. Okay, so let's see here. Index, so that means that I'm going to need to add an index here to be able to pass that, and active tasks should not be capitalized. We'll put that there. And so we need to implement these two things. Now look, we can inline them just like we did here with task input inside of this file. It's not too crazy, only 122 lines, but I mean, my rule of thumb is around 500. These could get kind of crazy. I think that just for the sake of the tutorial, I'm just going to keep them all in the task panel, but I do think that this is probably a good target for like task dash panel, and then you would turn, you would add the folder task dash panel, right? And then, oh, that just disappears it, but you know that I put the directory there, and then turn task panel, you put it into there, turn it into index.tsx, then you can have the same import without having, you know, task dash panel slash task dash dash panel .tsx. You know, I think that looks better. And then you would have, you know, task item also in that directory along with completed task toggle and input task. It'd be a little bit messy trying to import and export stuff. Actually, no, this thing, you're not even using this, right, in the outside one. So I actually think it's fine. There's no potential for circular ref. So if you do think that this is like, you know, 7 plus 2 more, 9 plus 1 more, or yeah. I mean, unless you wanted to pull it out, right? Like I'm going to keep these in this file. So this is 7 files inside of the UI. It's a lot, but not too crazy. But you know, if you pulled it and wanted to put it into its own directory, I wouldn't begrudge you in putting it in that folder. But yeah, we're going to do task item first. And so let's just go all the way down to the bottom here. Const task item. And we should make its props first. So don't want to forget about that. Interface. Task item prop. It should be plural. And then we're going to provide task. Now, I noticed that just like up here, we did type of task, right? Which I'm not too thrilled about. I think it'd be better if we actually got a type for it. So what I'm going to do is go into DB, schema, and where's task? So there's a way for us to be able to create a task type here. And so the standard way that I would deal with this is type task is equal to type of task dot infer select, right? And then we need to export this. So then, or I mean, if you want to export it from here, or I think maybe the better place that I've moved it outside of the schema, like having this import the schema, kind of weird. Also, it's a type. Like maybe you want to create like a type.ts inside of library here, and then import from that. Or you can just create like a db types, types if I could spell, right? Or schema dash types.ts, right, which would import that. There's multiple different options, whatever you feel comfortable with and what makes most sense to you. I think what I will do is create a types.ts here, pull this here, import task from @/db/schema, and then now we're gonna get rid of the old tasks here. So we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna do task, grab it from @/lib/type, and it needs to be an array. And then we'll do the same thing here. Great, and let's just copy that task down here. Let's see, yeah, so we provide the prop there. So instead of writing an object here, we're going to write task, and then the other props, index to be number, total active to be number, and then all tasks to be tasks array, or tasks like that. I mean, you could also, if you wanted, you do export type tasks with an s plural is equal to task array. So then you can just have, I mean, like that, and then obviously we could also use that up here for these as well. But I'm just gonna just do task array. I think that that's probably better. But it's a funny thing that you could do. You have tasks, index, total, active, all tasks. And we're going to give them its type, task, items, props. And that should clean up some of the errors up there. We're going to have const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. Const query client is equal to use query client. Const state set active task is equal to use timer. Do we not have this? I guess we don't. We've never used it in this one before. Const is active is equal to state dot active task ID, if that's equal to the current task ID. And then we're going to add some of our mutations. So we're going to have 3 of them. Update mutation, which is equal to use mutation inside of your trpc.tasks.update.mutation options. We're going to have on success. And that's going to be there's only going to be one thing. Query client dot invalidate queries. We're going to pass in the query key to be tRPC dot tasks dot list dot query key. All right. Why did we invalidate that specifically? There we go. List, because we're updating it. We have to say that the existing tasks were stale. If we had any like singular get procedure, we would also be invalidating that as well. And so, yeah, like we basically want to say, hey, our existing list of tasks, it's outdated. We need to invalidate the cache and basically say that we need to query again in order to get the updated list. So that's what that's doing. We're going to be doing that over and over again. So let's see, const delete mutation is equal to use mutation. Actually, the funny thing is it basically looks the same for this part. For one obvious caveat, which is this is now delete. And we're also going to need to deal with state. So obviously, if this is the current one that we're worried about, that does not go there. Shoot. That goes there. Let me just restyle these so it looks decent. This one goes there. No. Yes. There we go. Phew. We need to have a guard that basically if is active, then we need to set active task to be null. It's no longer the active task, obviously, if we deleted it. Then the const reorder mutation is equal to use mutation tRPC.tasks.reorder.mutation options on success. We're going to have query client dot invalidate. Actually, it's the same one, so I'm just going to copy paste this portion because we don't need the curly braces. So just do this. Great. Close that out. We're going to do const handle move up to be if index is equal to 0, then we can't move it up. It's already the top one. Const previous is equal to all tasks index minus 1 reorder mutation. Dot mutate. We're going to pass an ID to be task.id, sort order to be previous dot sort order. And then we're going to have ID to be previous.id, sort order to be task.sort order. Okay. And then we need to do the opposite, const handle move down, which if index is equal to total active minus 1, then we're going to return to the bottom one. Const next is equal to all tasks index plus 1 reorder mutation to be mutate id task.id sort order next.sort order id next.id sort order to be task.sort order. Now you might have noticed, right, that a lot of these we're just pulling the data that we already had from the panel here, and we're prop tunneling. So we push this down so that we have access to it to just do these operations. Now, a different way that we could do it is have all of these functions here and mutations written out in the panel up here, like probably in between here, and then pass the functionality down to the task item. So all it knows is that it's just going to trigger particular functions, but it'll be up to its parent to control what the actual functionality is. It's basically just, calling the parent function that it's written. I mean, I guess an analogy would be like, hey, just raising the right flag and hoping that, whoever is in charge of the task items, I don't think it's a great analogy, but like if it sees the flag, then it's just going to execute, and the one that's in control, I think just stick to the code explanation, right? Like here, we're sending the props down to do the functionality closest to the UI. The other option is to have it done at the parent and just pass down the functionality. Then, you would probably just not even have any of these, right? You would just have them as props, and then you'd use update mutation dot mutate. I mean, honestly, you could also just pass in handle move up. You wouldn't even need to pass in reorder mutation into task item, right? But probably a bigger example if I showed you in the JSX, right? So we have a div here. Has a long class name, so I'm just going to copy it. It's conditional one, right? So there we go. Flex, item center, gap of 2, rounded large, border, P3, transition colors. If it's active, then it has a red maroonish border. And if it's not, it has the maroonish border and a darkish brownish black background. Otherwise, no color. Inside of this div, we're going to have a checkbox, which we installed earlier with shadcn. We deal with checked to be if task dot is completed. On checked change, we're going to have checked, and then we're going to have update mutation dot mutate. We're going to be passing an ID to be task dot ID is completed to be the Boolean version of checked. Great. Cool. We're going to have a couple of spans. They're basically the same as the above one, so I'm just going to copy paste it in. Right. So I suppose I could have. Oh, actually, I removed it. So I know I cut earlier. We don't need that, I guess, anymore. We're also going to have a button row. So let's see here. We're going to have div here, class name, flex, items, center, gap of 1. And then we're going to have the same button, but just with different icons inside of it over and over and over again. They're obviously going to do different things, but variant is ghost. Size to be icon. Class name to be size of 7. On click to be handle move up. And disabled is going to be when the index is equal to 0. So we want to make sure that we have this guard not just in the actual function itself, but in the UI. So we're going to have chevron up with a class name of size of 3. And then we're going to copy paste this button a couple times. 1, 2, 3. So let's start with the next one after. So these are the same. We're just doing handle move down instead, and then obviously this will be chevron down. Then the one underneath it, we're going to have target. So this one will be target, which is bullseye. And then this function here is going to be set active task to be if it is active to turn it off. So null. Otherwise, provide task.id. Great. And then the last one is the destructive one. This is the delete. So we're going to have then size 7 here, text to be destructive, hover to be text-destructive, and the onClick to be a little bit more complicated here. We're going to have if not confirm. We're going to provide, are you sure you want to delete this task? So a little confirmation modal is going to pop up and ask the user what they want. If they are not confirming, then return. Otherwise, delete mutation.mutate, and then pass in ID to be task.id. Great. So that's the button row there. And now the only error up here is the completed tasks toggle. So now we're going to go all the way down here. Oh, and sorry, it's not chevron up. It is trash. You can do trash 1, trash 2. Trash 1, trash 2. Up to you which one you want to use. I'll just go with trash 2. And then all the way down here, we're going to add in our completed task toggle. Const completed tasks toggle. All it is going to be tasks, which will be of type task array. I'm sorry, it can't be provided the type like that. So what we're going to do is wrap it like that, and then do tasks. There we go. Const, we're going to set a state here, the open state. We're going to set open is equal to use state to be false initially. Const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. Const query client is equal to use query client. Const delete mutation is equal to, and I honestly would just copy this one. So another tally in the, maybe you should refactor this by putting these in the parents. Again, I'll leave that up to you. I'm just going to put them where they're needed. And this one does not have an is active, so we don't even need the curly braces, so get rid of those. There we go. And we have not imported use state yet, so let's grab that from React. Then we're going to have some JSX here. And we're going to have a collapsible from shadcn. So add components /UI/collapsible. Then it's going to have open to be open. And then on open change to be set open. We're going to have a collapsible trigger. We're going to have pass in as child. And we're going to have a button. Here we're going to have variant to be ghost. Class name with a full justify between text small, text muted foreground. And then inside of this button, we're going to have a span, which will be completed tasks.length. And then we're going to have open. And by the way, these tasks.length, I guess we can just put these in a parentheses. If we are open, then we're going to have chevron up, class name size of 4. Otherwise, we're going to have chevron down. With the same class name and closing. So we're just going to have this part there. There we go. Then below the trigger, but inside of the collapsible, we're going to have collapsible content. There we go. And inside of here, we're going to have a div. Provide class name pt of 2, space y of 2. And then we're going to have tasks.map. Provide task here. And then have a div on the inside. Close it. Gets rid of all the errors. Then we're going to have class name. Flex, items, center, gap of 2, rounded, large, border, P of 3, opacity of 60. Then we're going to have key to be task.id. Then there's a bunch of stuff inside of here. So we're going to have a check, Lucid React, class name, size of 4, text, green 500, shrink of 0. Then we're going to have a span here, class name, flex of 1, text small, line through to show that it's complete, truncate with an N inside of there, truncate, there we go, and we're going to provide task.title. Span, class name, text extra small, text muted foreground, tabular nums, shrink 0. And then we have task.actual pomodoros divided by task.estimated pomodoros. And then beneath all of that, we're going to have the button. Variant to be ghost. Size to be icon. Class name. Size to be 7. Text destructive. Hover text destructive. On click to be if not confirmed. I'm just going to copy paste the above delete message here, or delete function. Bam. And then inside of here, we'll have a trash2 class name, size of 3, close. And there we go. Phew. That's a lot of stuff. So cool. What's next is we should probably create a active task label that we can add to the home page somewhere. Inside of the timer stack. So now that we have all the task information, we'll be able to grab that. But first, let's create the active task label. So inside of here, active task label.tsx, export const active task label, const state is equal to use timer. Const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. We have all these hooks, so this needs to be use client. Use client component with the use client directive. Down here, const data to be tasks is equal to use query from TanStack Query. tRPC.tasks.list query options. If not state.active task ID, then return null. Otherwise, let's grab the task, which will be tasks if it exists, .find the task if the t.id that's currently being looked at is equal to state.active task ID. If that task does not exist, then we also return null, right? And then otherwise, we're going to return div class name, text small, text muted foreground, text center, working on is going to be the label here with a span inside of it. Provide the styles, font, medium, text, foreground, and then provide task.title. Cool. And then let's add in, after I finish closing the semicolons, add this to homepage contents. We'll add it inside of here, active task label. Cool. And we should be ready to test now. Let me make sure I close everything out. Open up this, pnpm run dev. Pop open localhost here. We can close this as well. We're on the home, we're at work, right? And so if let's see here. Oh, I clicked one of them off to be completed, so that's why it's here. I could also hit complete on that, so then it pops up down there. Honestly, with like completed, maybe it's worth putting a toast there. I'm not 100% sure. We can hit target, so we can see there working on blah 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 blah, right? This one, like we could also create an unchecked thing if you wanted, right? So there's that. Let's add a couple things like task 2, test 3, task 4, whatever. And then let's just bring. Does that not work? Let's look at this. To the reorder. The reorder did not work. Ooh, interesting. Let's close this. Toggle developer tools. What happened? Network. Okay, let's try it again. Hit up. What happened here? The response. No transaction support in Neon driver. Okay, so what is the issue around this? As we can kind of dig in with the error message here, I really wish I could zoom in and get in a little bit closer. But just to read it out, no transcript support in Neon HTTP driver, right? So we can't use db.transcript or a transaction. Sorry if I keep saying transcript. I don't know why. It's on my mind. So we go into tRPC server routers and tasks here, and we had just added in reorder right here this db.transactions. So there's multiple ways that we could possibly tackle this, and I think that one of the ways is to just do it all in one step, but differently, right? Like obviously this is trying to do it in parallel, but with the HTTP system, that doesn't work. So what we're gonna do here, right? First, if input.length is 0, then we return. There's an empty input. Const IDs, which is equal to input dot map I arrow I dot IDs, or just ID. Right, so we're going through each one of these objects inside of the array and then just pulling out the IDs. Then cases, so SQL dot join, so input dot map. I'm grabbing the input here. For each of them, we're gonna have the SQL string when $, task.id is equal to input.id, then I.sort order. Okay. And the other side of the case here is SQL.raw with a space. So what are we doing here? So we're basically trying to create one case per input that basically when the ID is a certain value and it matches the task ID, then we're grabbing the sort order for that, right? And we're making sure that everything is parameterized and not string concatenated. And then inside of here, we'll do await context.db. So this is the atomic update that we're going to be doing instead of the bulk transaction one. And basically, we're going to do set here and then sort order. And then we're just going to go through every single one of the cases. So SQL case $ cases and then updated at to be new date. And then the bottom here, we'll put in all of our guards, where and equals task.user ID, context.user.id, and we're not comparing, right, the inputs.id. There's not a singular one. There's a full array. So we need to check if in array, grabbing it from Drizzle ORM, in array is task.id from all of the IDs that we've extracted. So that's our new procedure there. Hopefully it's a little bit clear what we've been doing there. But let me just check in on the server here. All the way down by the bottom. All looks good there on the home. So let's just try it out. We'll just hit a hard refresh real quick. We'll try to move task 2 up. And let's see what happened there. So we just had a reorder. We had a failed query, update task set. Let's see what happened here. Let me investigate this real quick. Okay, so basically that error is saying that here for the sort order here, we just need to make sure that it doesn't read it as a string, that we type assert it to be an integer. So now, let me just hard refresh this, go back in. If I bring task 2 up, see, it works, and then we can just bring this one up. I do notice that we can't do anything about bringing it down, so let me check on that real quick. Okay, so I figured out where my little oopsie is. So if we go into home, UI, and the task panel, let me just go down to where it is. So we have the move down, so we need to find the actual button. And the disabled here, I did the exact same one for moving down versus the top one. So that's obviously wrong. So I'm going to need to change that. So the target, like the only reason that this would be disabled is if the index is equal to the active task ID. So is active for the task item. So basically we would disable it if it's already active. So is active, then we disable it because we don't want to double set it. Or actually we can. Actually we don't need it in here. Cool. My apologies. And then the last one, that would be all tasks dot length is equal to all tasks length minus 1. So if it's the last one, then obviously we can't move it down anymore. Great. So let's go back here, hard refresh. You can see now we can bring this one down. We can't bring the bottom one down any further. And then all of them can be targets, right? But then you can like deselect an active target. Now the only reason that you would do the disabled that I put here is if you weren't doing this kind of toggle on and off, right? So if this button isn't toggleable, that's a weird way of saying, meaning that we want to force, if we've set a task to be active, that is going to remain the active task until we deselect it. So just some cleanup things that we've been doing here, but overall, I think I'm pretty satisfied with most things. I mean, there's maybe like unchecking something, right? But I think most of those are pretty trivial to be able to do. I'm sure stuff that um, maybe you can take it as a homework task to add on yourself, right? But all in all, I think that we've gotten all of the different things that we need on the UI specifically done. Now, if you remember, if we go back to this, we still have the stats panel. So let's go about checking that out. All right, we're in the final stretch here. So what we're going to do now to get the stats panel up is go into our tRPC server routers, and we're going to create a new one. And this one will be called sessions router. So sessions.ts. We're going to do a couple of helper functions. So function UTC today start, and it's going to return a date. And then we're going to have const now be equal to new date, return new date, date dot UTC, passing in now dot get UTC full year, now dot get UTC month, now dot get UTC date. So we just want to get everything formatted in UTC format, and then we're just going to get this in the string format. So UTC date string date, there we go, to be by default date, or the type to be of type date, and to set it by default to be equal to new date. And then it's going to return a string, of course, and then return date dot to ISO string dot split t, and we're grabbing the first part here. Wonderful. And then let's actually get the sessions router, and that's create tRPC router here. And we're going to start with our first procedure here. So we're going to create protected procedure dot input z dot object. We're going to have task ID be z dot string dot nullable. That needs to be, there we go. Duration to be z dot number minimum of 1. Non-negative, non-zero duration. Type to be z dot enum. Work, short break and long break. And we'll have a mutation here. Async. Grab context and input. And we're going to have const created is equal to await context.db.insert Pomodoro session dot values, and we're going to be passing in ID to be crypto dot random UUID, user ID to be context.user.id, task ID to be input.task ID, duration to be input.duration, type to be input dot type, and we're going to be doing returning at the bottom here. There we go. And then now that we've done that, bump up our daily stats. So const today is equal to UTC date string. Const duration seconds is equal to input dot duration times 60. Const is work is equal to input dot type work ready to work. Context.db.insert Pomodoro stats values ID to be, grab it from up top here, or maybe it would have been faster to just type this in. I don't know. User ID context.user.id. Actually, it would have been faster if I copied both of those. Date to be today. Completed Pomodoros to be is work 1 0. So if it's not work, then we wouldn't increment that, or we wouldn't set it to that. Total focus time to be is work duration seconds 0. Total break time is work 0. Duration seconds. There we go. And then below here, we're going to make something on conflict do update. So we'll just read this. So adds a on conflict do update clause to the query. Calling this method will update the existing row that conflicts with the row proposed for insertion as its alternative action. So in the past, what I've done is checked to see if the stat for the day actually existed, and then routed to whether or not I inserted or updated. Well, now I've learned that we can just do on conflict do update instead, and now we can just include everything all together, which is a lot better. The only drawback is we have to write some SQL strings, but obviously the other version was a little bit easier on the eyes and a little bit written in full TypeScript. But if we're getting better at at SQL strings, maybe if there's need, put it in the comments down below if you'd love to see a SQL, all the expressions and whatnot, SQL strings, trying to how to really write things properly in SQL. And honestly, even myself, I should nail down the language a little bit better. Let me know in the comments down below. So the target user ID and date. So Pomodoro stats.date. So remember that in the the DB schema here. Let's see, where is it? Pomodoro stats, right? We had user ID and date here for the unique index, so that's why we're targeting those. And then we have set here. Completed Pomodoros to be is work, and this is going to be tertiary operator. Right? And let me bring it down just so it's a little bit easier to read. So SQL will provide Pomodoro stats dot completed Pomodoros plus 1, so we increment it, right? That's why we had 1 initially here for the first one that's created. Oops, hitting enter. And then the other side of it, Pomodoro stats dot. So if we're not working, then we just pass in the same one. And do I have to import SQL? Yes, from Drizzle ORM. That was weird. The indentation there. Total focus time to be is work. SQL. And we're providing Pomodoro stats dot total focus time plus duration seconds Pomodoro stats dot total focus time. Sorry, no comma here. And then the last one, total break time, and it's kind of the opposite of the focus time, obviously. SQL, Pomodoro stats dot total break time. Otherwise, and let me just copy paste this. All we're doing is going to be switching. Not that. I need just that. Total break time there. Okay. And then let's close everything out. Just 1 second. We need to return created. Great. So that's the create procedure there. I don't know if you like this syntax. If not, then you would have to do like a retrieval to get the current Pomodoro stats, check to see if it exists or not. If it doesn't exist, then you do the insert. Otherwise, you would do an update or no. Let me see which one of these update. Yeah, this one, right? So you just like have an if statement, like if const equals, get the thing. I think we have a get, right? Yeah, so we have a get, right? So you would do like, you would grab the thing like this, and then you would find out if, right, this thing is undefined, then you would do insert. If it actually has the thing, right, then you would do an update like this. I mean, it's basically like this, actually. Yeah. So this is a different way of doing it. Cool. So personally, I've been doing this a lot more often, but just to kind of ease you in, right? We went with the harder version here, or the easier version here first, and then now we're going to show like what I actually do nowadays, or have AI do nowadays. Anyways, on to the next one, and the last procedure is getting today's count. Today count to be protected procedure dot query. So it's going to be quite simple by comparison. We're going to grab context. So grab the right users stats. So const today start is equal to UTC today start. And then const result is equal to await context.db.select count and then from Pomodoro session dot where and equals Pomodoro session dot user ID matches context dot user dot ID and another equals. And let me make this look a little bit better. So what we can do is from this dot here, pull it down, pull this where down, and then just bump this. So we need to grab and we need equals. And did we import count already? Where's count? Oh, yeah, that's not right. Let's make sure we grab the right one. There it is. From Drizzle ORM. Grab equals. Oh, we need to put the stuff into equals. So let me just bring this down because there's going to be 3 of them. There we go. That should look good, right? Pomodoro session.type to be work. And greater than or equal to. We'll grab that from Drizzle ORM, not Zod this time. Pomodoro sessions dot completed at to be today start. parentheses here, and so that means one too many parentheses there. There we go. All right, cool. There's a semicolon goes there, and then return result 0.count, otherwise 0. Great. So there's this one. Now we, after finishing writing the router here, we're going to add it to the apps router here. So ABC order session to be sessions router. Right. And now let's add in the fact that we want to wire up the timers in our UI to trigger these procedures. So let's go about doing that. So first thing we're going to do is open up timer context.tsx. All right, so inside of here, let's go down to our provider here. We're going to grab const query client. And we're going to grab that from use query client. We've done this before many a time, so we don't have to worry about that. Then we're going to be adding in 2 mutations, so let's just do it. Okay, we'll do it right under here, next to the use query. So const create session is equal to use mutation. Spell it right. There we go. tRPC dot sessions dot create mutation create dot mutation options. There we go. On success, we have query client dot invalidate queries. Now we're going to have 3 of them. So let me just copy paste these. Boop, boop. There we go. Then we're going to have tRPC. Oops, sorry, not tRPC. Query key. tRPC dot sessions dot today count dot query key. We're going to have pretty much up to here dot stats dot query key, and we're going to have tRPC dot sessions dot streak dot query key. And we haven't added in these 2 procedures yet, so we'll just comment these out for now. And we'll add in a to-do comment when we have stats and streak procedures. So there's that. Underneath this on success, we'll have on error. So because no UI really changes to let you know that a session's been recorded, I think it's appropriate for us to include a toast. And we'll say failed to save session. There. Right. That's creating a session. And then the other one is to increment our Pomodoro. So increment Pomodoro after one's finished. So use mutation tRPC.tasks.increment Pomodoro mutation options. And then here on success, we're going to have query client dot invalidate queries, query key tRPC dot tasks dot list dot query key. And whoops, sorry. And then we'll do the same on error. We'll have toast dot error failed to update task. There we go. And I guess we can do the same thing for this as well. It's just one of them. There we go. Cool. And then we need to replace the to-dos that we saw earlier, which is here. So let's do first create session dot mutate. We'll pass in task ID to be what did I define it? SR dot active task ID. Duration to be SR dot mode is equal to work. Config dot work duration if sr dot mode is short underscore break. Then we're gonna have config dot short break duration, otherwise configuration dot long break duration. And then we're gonna pass in type to be sr dot type. So great. Sorry, sr dot mode type. So now we can just get rid of the to do and just say log session 2db. And then we're going to increment the task count here. So if sr dot mode is work and sr dot active task ID, then increment Pomodoro to dot mutate. ID is sr dot active task ID. And that should be that. So yeah, everything's looks good there. We have this here, right? So we don't need to add anything to the dependency array. So yeah, we should be good there. Now that we've done that, let's see. We need to add the prefetch to the home page. Let's go to home page here. So we had the prefetch for tasks, settings. Now we got to do one for stats. So query client dot prefetch query tRPC dot stat session. Sorry. Dot. What is the today count? Sorry, not stats. Query. Query options. There we go. Cool. Now that we've done that, let's see here. Let's do a test real quick just to make sure that everything increments. Or actually, let me create the actual stats panel. Then we'll actually see the change in increment. So let's pop open our terminal here. I don't know why it's so tall. We're going to install one last thing, I think, from shadcn. pnpm dlx shadcn at latest add dlx shadcn at latest add tabs and chart. And then pnpm, I can't pre-type it. Okay, some quick questions here. Would you like to overwrite? No. And so it installs tab and chart. pnpm add recharts now. And okay, good. It took no time at all. Great. So now we're going to go into sessions. And we're going to add in those two procedures that we have commented out here. So I'll keep that open just until we finish that. So let's just go down to the bottom here, and we're going to have stats dot colon protected procedure dot input z dot enum week and month, and the default is week. And then we're going to have query async context input const days back is equal to input week to be 7 or 30, const start date to be UTC today start. Oh, and by the way, yeah, like we could probably do like an array for how many days are in all of the months, blah blah blah, but I'll just keep it to 30 for simplicity's sake. Should be too difficult to implement. Start date dot set UTC date start date dot get UTC date minus days back. Const result is equal to await context.db dot select date to be SQL string date Pomodoro sessions dot completed at dot as date, and then I have to keep writing data. This should be date. There we go. Count to be count from Drizzle ORM. Oh my god. Drizzle ORM. What the? What? Oh, it's because I've already had count in there. Okay. I'm going insane. Dot from Pomodoro session dot where, and we're going to have the three of them similar to this. The only thing we're going to change is that we don't have today's start. Instead, we have start date that we grabbed earlier, and then dot group by SQL date. Provide Pomodoro session dot completed at, and dot, and I'll bring this down. Dot order by SQL date Pomodoro session dot completed at, and then we're going to return the result. Great. And then the last one, we need our streak. So streak here, protected procedure, query async context. Const result is equal to await context.db.select date to be SQL string date $sign Pomodoro session dot completed at dot as date, and you put that in string format there. Dot from Pomodoro session dot where, and we're only going to grab two of these this time, so we're going to do this much, and then just close the and here. We're going to do the same this. But we're going to be having this be descending instead. If result.length is equal to 0, so there's no streaks, then we return 0. Let streak is equal to 0. Const today is equal to UTC today start. For let I is equal to 0, I is less than result.length plus I. Const expected date is equal to new date today. Expected date dot set UTC UTC date. There we go. Expected date dot get UTC date minus I. Const expected string equal to UTC date string expected date. Okay, and then if result at I dot date is equal to expected string, then plus streak, else break out of this for loop. The streak is broken. And then we return streak. Let me see, what was the error? What did I forget here? Input is equal to week. There's a leading space. I'm an idiot. You might have noticed that error already. But anyways, so we now have these two things. So now we can go back into here and then uncomment these. Oops. Get rid of the comment if we're going to do that. And we need query key here. It's a little thrown off by the error. Okay, cool. So we have those two there, and we're actually going to make the calls inside of the stats panel to grab stats and streaks. So obviously, it's not going to be appearing in any existing UI, so we haven't queried it necessarily, except in inside of stats panel. So let's make that next. So new file stats.panel .tsx. Sorry, not stats.panel. Stats-panel. We're going to do const chart config count to be label sessions color to be var chart -1 or chart -1 satisfies chart config. There we go. Export const stats panel. We're going to have const range to be set range is equal to use state. Oh my goodness. Week or month. And we're going to set it initially to be week. We need to import use state. And if we're using state, then we're going to need to put the use client directive at the top here. Make this a client component. Const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. You should be really good at doing this now. We're going to have data to be today count. By default, it's going to be 0. Use query tRPC.sessions.today count query options. Const data streak set by default equal to 0. Use query tRPC.sessions.streak.query options. The last one, const data stats is equal to empty array by default. Use query tRPC.sessions.stats.query options. And we're going to have range passed into here. And obviously week is by default. Const chart data is equal to stats.map. For each of the stats, we're going to format the date. So date format date to be stats.date. And then count to be stats.count. Now we need to create the format date function. So I'll just have a little helper function here. Const format date equal to passing in a date string to be of type string and returning a string. And const date is equal to new date string plus t 000 colon 000 return date dot to local data string in English US month to be short and day to be numeric. So there's that. Just normalizing the date there. And we're ready to go into JSX here. So return. We'll have a div here, class name, space y of 4 with a full. We'll have header 2 here, class name, font, semi-bold, and text large, and provide statistics. And inside of here, we'll have a div, class name, flex items, center, gap of 4. And we're going to have 2 bits here. Now I'm going to split them off as just extra components just to group this together. Const today summary. Count. And it's going to be of type number. So count colon number. And it's just going to be purely JSX. So I'm just going to copy paste this in instead of writing it all out. So, whoops. I'm going to provide here today the count and if it's plural or not, or if there's more than one count, then we're going to have plural. Otherwise, if it's singular, then no S, obviously. And then const streak badge is equal to streak, and its streak is going to be also a number. And this is also going to be purely JSX, so let's It's pretty much the same thing, right? We're just providing the actual streak amount and then the label corresponding to however many streaks. Do we add the plural? And then we're going to add in the flame icon to designate that we have a streak if we actually have a streak. And make sure you grab that from Lucid React. So back up to the JSX here. We'll have today summary first. Then we'll have streak badge. And we need to pass in count to be today count. And then streak is going to be streak passed in. Wonderful. Then underneath here, we're going to have tabs. Grab it from shadcn. Whoops. Then we're going to have value to be range on value change to be v arrow set range, v as week or month. Okay, and inside of this tabs component here, we're going to have tabs list, and then tabs trigger value to be week, and then we'll have week here, and then we'll have tabs trigger value to be month. Great. And then if we don't have any charts, chart data dot length is equal to 0, then we're going to display a little message, class name, text small, text muted, foreground, text center, py of 8, no sessions yet, complete a Pomodoro to see your stats, and then otherwise chart container, grabbing it from @/components charts. Then we need to provide in here config to be chart config, class name, height of 200 pixels. Put these in square brackets, and then width of full. Whoops, not the whole thing, just the pixel part. And what can this be expressed as? Oh, 50. Okay, great. 50. Awesome. We'll have a bar chart. And let's see, what are we grabbing this from? Recharts. And we'll be passing some things in. Data to be chart data with an accessibility layer. Passed in true. Then we're going to have Cartesian grid. Vertical to be false. And then x-axis, also grabbed from recharts. We're going to have data key for the x-axis to be date, tick line to be false, axis line to also be false, and then font size to be 12. Tick line needs to have a capitalized L. My apologies. And let me just bring these down so it's easier to read. Cool. And we need the y-axis. There we go. We'll have allow decimals to be false. Tick line to be false as well. access line to be false, font size to be 12, and then width to be 30. And we'll have a tooltip here. Grab that from recharts as well. Cursor, which is going to be fill, fill, var, muted, dash dash muted, content to be active, payload, and label. If not active or not payload dot length, return null, no tooltip, return div we're going to style the div here. Class name, rounded, large, border, background, or background dash background. And padding of 2, shadow, small. Provide another p tag here, class name, text, extra small, text, muted, foreground. And we're providing label here. And then another p tag, class name, text small, font medium. And we're going to have payload at 0 dot value. We're going to have number passing in payload at the 0th position dot value. And if that's equal to 1, then we're going to provide session singular, otherwise it can be sessions with an S. Great. And then underneath the tooltip here, but still inside of the bar chart, we're going to have the actual bar. And we need to pull that in from recharts. We'll have data key to be count, fill to be var dash dash color dash count, and radius to be 4, 4, 0, and 0. Great. So just going through how to actually make a chart. Probably will have a full tutorial at some point on how to make charts. So do subscribe and check that out in the future. And then let's see here. We're going to put instead of home page contents. I'm going to put our stats panel. So I'm actually going to put it inside of here. So stats panel. Get rid of this to do. They're both together, but I do think that we need to make sure that they're put into a grid. Grid columns -1, medium screens and above, grid columns -2. A little mobile responsiveness there. The task panel will be in a card. The stats panel, it already has charts in it and all that stuff, so don't know if it'll need to be in a card, but let's see here. Go into the page here. Make sure that we have the streaks prefetch. So query client dot prefetch query tRPC dot sessions dot streak dot query options. Great. And so yeah, let's close all of these out. Pop this thing back open. npm run dev. Okay, and we're just going to open up localhost here. Go to /home. There we go. And we have our stats panel. Now you can see that it's a little bit smushed. So what I'm going to do, homepage contents here, add gap of 8. And there we go. We have a little bit of separation there. Now with the card, you know what? I kind of like that. So I'm going to put the same card and card content and put stats panel inside of here. So /card, and then bring stats panel inside of here. That way now we have 2 cards. They're both in line with each other and they have all of their inner contents. Awesome. So 1 minute. Let me just run this just so that we can increment this. And it should also show the streak with the 1 and then the flame. So I'll be right back. Okay. Moment of truth. All set, work complete, and you can see everything updates in near real time. So awesome, we have that working. I don't know if you heard the ding. Actually heard it on my speakers this time. I didn't hear it the last time, but yeah, I wasn't recording desktop audio, so it might not have gone through. But I did hear it, so there's that. So yeah, the website's pretty much, I think, almost done. I'm pretty happy with most things. Obviously, we talked about some upgrades for the task list here, but again, that's not really the focus. I mean, you could also bring this and this to the left and right side, like statistics once it matters. You have them as like drawers, right? Have them linked on the top and they'll pop in from the sides. Like there's a bunch of ways that you can play around with the UI. I just went with something that's very simplistic, but gets the point across, right? And then obviously, if you had the screen real estate all along the sides here, um, then the stuff would all just render on the same screen. But anyways, hopefully that's like the full Pomodoro app, basically. Um, Now we're just going to do a little bit of polish. So when we're loading, let's add a little bit of a loading state and get that handled. So this will be a really quick task. We're just going to go into here and um, I'm not going to read the whole thing out. I think you'd be bored stiff hearing me read out how to do all this JSX. So what I'm going to do is just paste this here and let me see if there's anything that I really want to talk about. Otherwise, I'll just go kind of, sorry, give me 1 second. Just want to make a full pass. I'll also rewrite that one. All right, tab that bit there, and let's see, what is this one? 50. Okay. So I missed a couple there. All right. So let's see here. We have the header skeleton first with some pulsing going on for the little rounded bits on the top there. Let's see here. Then we have the timer skeleton. We have the little 4 parts, right? So these things here. So yeah, there's that. Let's see, what is this part here? That would be these 2 buttons. Then you have one for the task panel and then one for the stats panel. So let's see if we hit refresh. Oh, right, I need to actually hook it up. So we go into pages here and loading. We're going to remove that and then put in a home page content skeleton. So if we're going to be relying on our suspense to deal with our skeleton here, then we're going to need to go back into some of the places where we use query and instead change it to use suspense query. So the first place that we're going to look for that is to go into timer context here, this use query here. I'm going to use Suspense query instead. And we can actually, I think, remove use query from the top here. Yep, it's unused. Cool. And if we're doing use Suspense query, then we're actually not going to need the default settings. With Suspense query, it's basically guaranteed that we're going to get a return value from settings here. So you can see that there's no more undefined. So we don't actually need these bits anymore. So there's that. And yeah, so we're just going to remove all of this. So if you actually wanted to keep this and make the, defaults explicit, right? The difference is to not use Suspense query, to not have all of the shared skeletons here, but break it up into each individual part. So you'd have the timer skeleton, and then, you would have like a if, data dot, or sorry, settings dot, loading, or is loading. We didn't really do that before because we weren't too worried about that. But yeah, that would be how you would handle that. And then you honestly not need the suspense at that point. But we're going to be using the suspense, so we're going to get rid of this stuff here. Enabled. There we go. So that's that for the timer context. Then we're going to need the task panel. So let's see, use query, where is it? Where's the tasks? Where am I grabbing the tasks? Task item. Oh, it's all the way up here. Great. So use suspense query instead. And we don't need use query here anymore. And we also don't need this because remember, we guarantee now that task is actually going to resolve into something. So we don't have to worry about that. Great. Cool. That's task panel. Then on to stats panel, which we have a couple of use queries here, right? So we'll change that to suspense query. And then we'll just copy, paste it in here and here. Remove use query from here. Great. And then for stats here, what we're going to add in alongside range here, by the way, also removing these default values because we don't need them anymore. That one, and that one. We're instead also here going to provide placeholder data to be previous arrow previous. Okay. Whoops. So basically, we're not gonna suspend. Let's see, did I miss? Oh, duh. Oh my goodness, I messed up date with data, and now I'm messing up data with date. All the typing outs can scramble the mind. But anyways, we're going to avoid suspending the entire panel when the user toggles between week and month. So we're going to just keep showing the previous range's data until we actually retrieve the new one. So there's that. And then, let's see, go back to the home page here. And we have the suspense. So let's see. If we go back here, make sure that the app is running. I believe it is. Yep. So we're going to close this, go back to next timer. If I hit refresh, you saw there very briefly the sort of skeleton. So it's a little bit hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit just to show, right, that you saw the little grayed out outline there really briefly until everything Great. We have basically finished our development of our application. All right, we're on to the final task, actually getting our project deployed and putting it on Vercel. So I've created the Git repo and I've copied the link to it. And now, given that you're likely to have cloned directly from the walkthrough starting point, we're going to have to readjust the remote. So we're going to do git remote set URL origin, and we're going to have our link to wherever we're storing it. This is going to be public, so if you ever need the master code, or not master code, the code that I've written throughout this project, it's going to be here. And we're going to do git add dot git commit dash m. This is technically the first commit, but first commit to push to prod. Technically, my bad. I'll be honest, in the future, I'll try to add feature branches and then do PRs that really matches how industry does it. I should be, helping people understand that. And, if you're using agentic coding or hand coding, it's best practice that you learn how to do it going forward. So I'll probably be doing that in walkthroughs slash tutorials in the future. So we've committed that, then git push origin master. Let's see, are we not git branch dash v? We're on main. So sorry, it's not master, it is main. Great. And once it is all pushed up, I'll jump over to Vercel and then create the project. Okay, so it's finally pushed up. Now I'm going to jump over to the Vercel dashboard and add in our project. All right, so we're here in my Vercel dashboard, and there's a lot of obviously all my projects, but the thing that's going to be important for you is to be able to add a new project. Just figure out in what way gets you to actually building a product, and then you're going to import the Git repository. So you're going to have to go in, and usually, if you had an existing project, if you don't, you'll see configure GitHub app. So I'm going to go and configure it real quick. I usually just allow the repos that I actually want to deploy. But there's also an option to allow for Vercel to track all of your Git repos. I think for safety, I would just create like a whitelist basically. But yeah, I'm unfortunately not going to really be able to show this configuration in the GitHub app, but it's pretty self-explanatory. And so yeah, like just add the repo, whatever you named it, Pomodoro clone walkthrough. If you also named it next timer, just whatever you named the repo, just find it and configure it here. So I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be right back. Okay, we now have the Pomodoro clone walkthrough Git repo set up here. Ignore the turbo here. It's probably not going to be in there for your project just because of where I've stored the project. It's inside of a content mono repo that I have for all the walkthroughs and tutorials. So you're not going to see that. It's not going to really affect anything other than this should be at the root. So you're going to see // in your root directory. And then for environment variables here, what you're going to see is all of the environment variables from .env.local added into here. Make sure that you have the permanently hide values after saving to avoid any security risks. Then when you feel like you're all ready, you're going to hit deploy. Okay, I'm going to hit deploy now, and we're going to wait and see. When this finishes, I'll be right back, and we can take a look at the production website. Okay, once we've successfully deployed, you'll be able to see a little preview of your website here in this little window. And then if you go to this URL that Vercel provides for you, you'll be able to see the full application. We'll be able to log in. And let me log in real quick. And actually, I noticed that on login, we actually run into this issue where because our callback URL for Google points back to localhost 3000. The login was not successful, so you'd have to go back into your Google console and change the callback URL to be this one, right? And so if we, this is just on callback, so I believe that if we just took, nope, not that one, this one, and went to /home, we should be authenticated. Oh, no, never mind. So we're going to have to go back into the Google Auth console. I'll just open to the right one, right place, and then show you where we can paste in this URL here, basically, so that we can actually finish login. Okay, so here we can see I had to create a new one just so that we don't show the secret even in the last bit, but I just wanted to keep it secure. I'm probably going to remove it anyways, but a little bit of extra work. What we're basically going to have to add is the URI, which is this part here. And let's see here, cannot end with the slash, so we'll just remove that. And then down here, we'll do the same, but now do API /auth /callback/Google, right? And so now I'm going to create it. I'll get the public or client ID and the client secret, and then add that back into our Vercel project. So how we would do that, we'd go over here, we'd go to environment variables, and then all I would do is pops up below my face, unfortunately. I'll do it for one of the top ones. You can see here, we just delete it, and you can add a new environment variables where you can just paste them in, the key and the value in here, right? Google Client ID being the key, and then whatever the value that they provide in the interface, you provide it back in there. So I'm going to go and do that, and we should be able to log back in and get into home. Oh, and I almost forgot one thing. This betterauth URL and the next public URL. We had to wait until we actually deployed before we could actually add in our production one, right? So you're going to want to also rotate this, right? You can actually provide the new value. So, whoops. Let me just grab it real quick. So copy clean link, go back to the environment variables, go to this, hit rotate, pass this in here, and I believe, let's see, that one did not need anything, no trailing slash, so there we go. And then you rotate it. It's all in the bottom right corner, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do actually, real quick, is just do right screen only and repeat this process. So we're going to go down to next public URL. We're going to hit rotate. We're going to paste in the same value, making sure that we remove the trailing slash. Doesn't seem to like that. We'll dismiss this. You'll hit the I've revoked the old value at the service that issued it. I just kind of realized that some of these were kind of small, so I apologize. Some of you had to pull out your bifocals to see it. You hit rotate. This was actually pretty important. I think everything else is pretty simple. And then we're going to hit redeploy. And we're going to hit redeploy multiple times there. Yeah, once this fixes itself, then we'll go back. We don't need localhost, but we need to sign in and get to home. Okay, and now we're here in the Next Timer demo app here, and you can see that we already have some tasks that we've created. We can obviously create another task, right? Test 5 for the 5th one there. You can see that it's added there. We can also remove it by deleting it. We can obviously play our timer here. So as this is ticking down, we should take note that there is a statistics panel here that we have. We can split things up between month and week. We have an options here where we can change the work duration, our short break, how long it'll be, how long our long break will be, how many sessions before a long break, whether or not we want sounds and notifications. And let me just adjust this. Let's say pretend that all the breaks are going to be 15 seconds. If I save this setting and I go back up here, you can see that it's saved. We'll just bump this one back down to 5, and we'll save that. You can see that there's 4 sessions like we had in our settings here. And at the conclusion of this timer, we're going to see a little notification pop up. And the desktop one is not going to appear on this recording because my main monitor is on a different monitor. But you might have been able to hear the little ding there. If not, we can always reset, which will take us back to the beginning here. We can hit play again, start the timer. This time, I'll make sure to record desktop audio. Other things that we can do here on the task list while we wait for this thing to finish up. We can obviously reorder tasks. We can also hit this target to say that this is our active task that we're working on. And you can see that we can also have streaks. So yesterday when I was building this website, and obviously was demoing it, that counted as the first day of our streak. And for day, we've done 1 session. Once we finish this session, we'll move on to having 2. And obviously I can change it to any of these active sessions or active tasks. You can also see all of the completed tasks that we've had here as well. But we're coming down to the wire here, and hopefully you'll hear the sound this time. Ding. And had a little toast and the notification, which is on the other screen. So let's enjoy the fact that we can go about building this and jump right into it. And here, at long last, we are able to see our glorious website and all of the things that are on it. All of the functionality works as expected. We can see the timer. You can see that I've run it. And so we have a 2-day streak as we moved on to a different day of recording. Multiple days, really, if I'm being completely honest. There's still some things that we really need to polish, like the fact that if I hit month, it does have that loading to be able to pull the monthly data. Let me see, what else? I don't like necessarily the top styling here. That's definitely something that I can, see people try to work on. And I'd be excited to see in the comments down below if you drop, a link to the screenshots of some of the different Pomodoro style applications that all of you have built. But thank you so much for watching. I'm using the timer to time myself for this outro, which is already taking too long. But if you appreciate the work that I've done and, the tutorial that I've created here, I'd really appreciate it if you like this video, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to be notified for when my next walkthrough and tutorial gets put out. I'm really working hard to try to close the loop and do these a lot quicker and faster. And so, thank you so much for watching this. It's been a blast. I'm excited to be able to push this app out after a little bit of more polish. So you'll be able to see a link in the description at some point for the live production app. If you actually want to follow my full indie hacker journey, as I'm building a lot of apps and trying to make some pretty good cash off of them, join my Discord. Link will also be in the description. So finally, this time, actually, thank you so much for watching. Until next time, goodbye.